That was weird. Anyways, hello every folks, and good evening to the couple of folks that were already here. We are going to be starting off on the thing in just a little bit of a moment here. Just going to waiting for folks to show up as they do, and making sure that everything is working properly and all of that. So, hope everyone's having a fantastic Wednesday. Bit of a random time to do one of these, but you know what? It makes about as much sense as any other time, so why not? So, okay, couple of things. So with the one from the last stream, the rock only stream, what I wanted to do with that one is not necessarily shelve it, but we're gonna do that one in a little bit of a different format. So basically, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take that one. I'm just gonna do all the recording and everything else for that one ahead of time, and then just speed it up by like 4 times because it is going to take absolutely ages. So I figure I'm just going to go pick some random, like dead evenings or whatever else, go and grind the way through that one, and then we can just do the stream of just all of that stuff kind of going on in the background there. It's, again, another one of those ones that will eventually happen. It's just a matter of how long it takes. Anyway, so with that said, let's go ahead and put this particular save file off to the side here real quick. I was just kind of having it run a few maps in the background. Seeing as I was trying to get the name change thing to pop up, but I don't think it will. That'd be kind of hilarious if this was... Nope, that was not the one. Yeah, that's probably one of the only things that I genuinely kind of wish that they did differently on this game. Save, and I already took care of that. Yeah, for those that don't know, you can change your main character's name, but you can only do it after, like, 50 fights. It actually, come to think of it, might have just shown up in the background here at some point. No. It's normally here. Oh, well. So I love how it has to have the legal notice for Sony over here, even though this isn't the Sony version. It's like, just so you know that DualShock and DualSense, no one take their copyright. What the hell's a Sony? Don't worry about it. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this thing started. Talk about some rules and things as we do. So, all right. First off, a little bit of a setup for this particular run here. Just a little bit of background on this. So, this game was specifically designed in such a way that a pacifist run is intentionally not supposed to be possible. That was like from the words of from the mouth of the director himself. And technically that is true, seeing as there's many fights that simply will not end unless an enemy unit dies. And then if we're talking about splitting hairs when it comes to what technically constitutes a pacifist or non-pacifist run... Huh. Okay, good. For a second there, I thought I had the mute on, which would have been pretty dumb. Also wouldn't be the first time. Anyways, so... Okay, so I didn't want to sit here splitting hairs in terms of, what technically does or doesn't count a pacifist run here, considering you could make the argument for, well, you charmed all of their own units against them, you technically weren't the one who did it, but that seems against the spirit of the whole thing, and the actual death counter in the game specifically accounts for this, seeing as any time that there's any casualties whatsoever and you were there and walked away alive, it counts as, well, you were responsible for that. It doesn't care if guests were the one that did it. It doesn't care if, enemies were the ones that did it. You were there, somebody sent their relatives to that location, they didn't come back, it's your fault. Which is an interesting way to do all of that, but anyway. Let's go ahead and set this thing for... day's date, as you do. One day after the oddly disappointing FFT update, but anyway, let's go ahead and get going on this thing. Technically speaking, I guess the smartest thing here would be to kind of roll for maximum mind, but whatever. What'll you learn? Secret to winning hearts, because we're going to be negotiating with a lot of people over the course of this thing. All right, how will you bring 2 desperate clans? By diplomacy. By force. We're trying to be peaceful around here. Who will prove false? Well, yeah, Vice ain't surviving this one. Just throwing that out there now. How do you define victory while preserving people? And what else do we got here? Which of yours would you remedy? Really should get on that backlog at some point. It's always going to be sloth. Alright. And then element-wise, go ahead and pick ice for the beginning here, just because birds and such. Realistically, this will not make too big of a difference going forward as of yet anyway, seeing as we don't have to really worry about damage as much as we have to worry about defense. So there's that. Also, hi there, Armdelol. Let's see, first time catching you streaming, just finished Coda 4 for the first time. Well, good job on finishing Majestic 12 there. And yeah, these, to be fair, these are not exactly that common, at least definitely not as common as they used to be. You know, life gets chaotic and all of that sort of thing, but trying to make them more common as time goes on here. I have a bunch of different ideas for runs of this game that I just never really get around to, which is always a bummer, you know. I was hoping to do more of a bunch of different things, whether it's the many different runs that come to mind for this one, you know, Fell Seal, something like Unicorn Overlord, or FFT. Hell, no one ever has any interest in it, but I wish there was some interest in covering, like, Resident Evil Outbreak at some point, but no one cares. Oh well. Let's go ahead and do this whole thing. So, at the very start, there's not really too much that we can do to avoid certain casualties. In fact, this is going to seem a little bit backwards right from the get-go, because in order to cut down the casualty count, the actual best thing you can do is kill Bapal as quickly as possible, otherwise the Zenobians will absolutely mulch everybody else on the map. So don't trust these people. I want to ask you, how many hours have you put into Reborn? Let's see. Where are you, Steam? Alright, let's see. Let's see, Steam version currently shows about 1,300 hours. The Switch version is probably close to about the same. The PlayStation version, I don't know, a few hundred maybe, something like that. And then the One Vision probably even more than all of that combined. And then the PSP version, God only knows. An unreasonable amount, that's how much. Alright, anyways, we're going to continue to say no on the weird assumption that an all-female team will somehow have an easier time negotiating with everybody. Alright. Anyway, go ahead and get going. Now, let's see. If I was going to do a mod at the start, the questions would give you a variety of equipment options and difficulty modes of starting equipment summons and a few strong options too. See, I don't know if I'd necessarily go that far, but I really, really wish that they had gotten the B team that did Knight of Lotus and Ogre Battle 64 on more things, because they did those questions the best, and it's not even close. Like let's say over in KOL, right? You start off with a lot of the more kind of strengthy kind of options or whatever else. You start off with, let's say, an extra longsword for your main character there. You start off with potentially some extra thrusting swords, axes, whatever else for your extra guys. You have different alignments that are going to be changing for your characters. You have an entirely different party that you start with. You have different consumables that you start with, different stat loadouts that you start with. And yeah, that all started in March of the Black Queen, but it's weird that they threw that away entirely by the time they got to the original version of this one, and then just never did it again. Like, it was never technically part of this version of the game. Like the original SNES, PS1, whatever else type of one there, it didn't even bother with many of the different starting things aside from just your stats. You always started off with just a basic pile of generic soldiers and Amazons. And then after that, they slightly varied it up later by at least having the starting questions change the kind of gender of your units and whatnot, but it's a very minor change. But then you have, like, let's say OB64, and you can look through the many like online guides and stuff that are out there for that one. Just like the sheer number of different units, all of these different squads that you start with, all having particular roles and stuff like that. It's just neat. I wish that was more of an option. But yeah. Anyway, so as I was saying before, our options are going to be somewhat limited as far as the very beginning here. So to reiterate this, the actual casualty counter is going to be over here. Let's go ahead and kind of introduce this thing real quick. So you start off at 0, obviously. Let me go ahead and just start up a save file so I don't accidentally delete something else. I don't think I'm going to have any empty slots here, so place you. Anyway. So yeah. Also, we can't change the name because I haven't gotten to the arbitrary battle limit since the last time that I changed it, and then changed it again, and you gotta go through like 50 different fights in order to get the option to pop up again. Kind of an odd one. Anyway, let's see. Let's see. Always wanted an option to start out Necromancer, Summoner, Pet Tamer in RPGs. Always wanted an option. Oh yeah, you already said the same. Yeah, and that's basically what you had in some of the other ones. Like, let's say in OB64, you had like a Tamer squad, or you had like a Dollmaster with some golems. Like you had, let's say, it's funny because they kind of mixed and matched them. So if you knew what you were doing, you could get the specific thing you were looking for. So like if you got the Tamer with some golems, and then you also got the like Warlock with some with a Hellhound or whatever it was, you could go and kind of pair up these little synergistic units at the very start, which was kind of nifty. Anyway, so not very many options, like I said earlier, for how we actually begin the start of this whole thing. Our goal is not necessarily to be absolutely perfect in everything, but what I'm going to try to do is heal up enemy units as we go along and just put all damage as possible over on the leader there. So that's basically all we can do to lower casualties at the very start. Yes, directly stabbing the guy is the most peaceful option in this particular case. Because again, our goal is just reducing casualties. They're unavoidable, but we're going to reduce them as much as possible. Alright. And actually, that was one of the other things I liked about KOL, speaking of ways that you can start off with. Like in Night of Lotus there, at the very start, you could start off with, like, you could actually start off with different emblems attached to your leader as you got going. So, like, if you started off with Arbitration, it got really easy to negotiate with units at the very start, or if you had Embodiment of Desires, completely changes your loot table at the very start for picking up your various loot tiles. And depending on how you went and did it, this could potentially give you a whole mess of different options at the very start. Like, the starts of those two games in particular, seriously, are just like the peak of the series. Anyways, so we're just going to go ahead and go forward here. Again, there's a couple of dudes that are just going to get mulched no matter what we do. Yeah. Now, before we get going here, is there anything going wrong with the audio to be aware of? Any, like, feedback that's happening? Any random cutting out again? Anything like that? See what the least casualties you've achieved? I mean, I've gotten it under 100. But no, I've done a few testing runs. Most of that testing is actually early on, because you can technically get the casualties for most of the game down to like 20 or so, but the very beginning, surprisingly, is very heavy on these. If you only count the in-game counter and don't count Bone Mimosa. I specifically am going to go Chaos and then Neutral on this one, to go out of our way to make sure that that happens. But yeah, so with the different versions of this one, there's a few different ways that you can handle things. But again, it depends on which version. So the reason I'm going for this one in particular is, well, pretty much because it's the one that's the most fun to play in a setting like this. But no, as far as options that are available to you, technically in the PSP version, you can increase your recruit odds quite a decent bit. But your kind of lockdown methods are a bit more annoying in that one. Like the guaranteed status effects and stuff like that are just a lot smoother in this one. So, you know, generally a lot more interesting, I think, considering that we don't have the sort of immediate jump from 0 to 100%. And then at that point, it's just spamming Balmy Breeze and using Recruit over and over. It's just kind of, you know, it's just kind of a whole lot of nothing happening at that point. So currently we have 2 unavoidable casualties. Again, the best that we can lower things at the start here is just to get Bapal dead as soon as possible, because they will just go after everyone. Technically, this part is to some degree possible to get down to a maximum of 2 in PSP and One Vision, because you can take away the Lombardia, essentially leave all of these Nobians naked, but unfortunately you have to leave them with armor. If you just downgrade their weapons, they're still going to come in with finishers, so you have to move around their stuff. You leave them with just shields and armor. For some reason, them getting knocked out sometimes counts as a casualty in that one, and I have absolutely no idea why. Anyways, now that might have just been a weird situational thing, I'm not sure, but yeah, sometimes guests and other things can count as casualties here, so it is what it is. Now, once we get access to being able to actually do things, that changes things a bit. Yeah, Mr. Holy Guy, if you could stop impaling everyone, that'd be amazing. might help with what we're trying to do here. Trying to be peaceful. Speaking of, gonna need a good party name for this. Yeah, unfortunately, there's really not much you can do about most of these guys at the start. Because, yeah, if you get very lucky, they will line themselves up in such a way that they'll occasionally take some swings at Papal, like here. But, yeah, most of the time you end up with one or two that manage to survive the cut, and that's it. And thankfully, he did pick up the Meads there, which will help quite a bit, because that actually does open up some options. So, if you pick up the Meads, you can, in the second fight, you can actually go and put them on the leader there, which causes them to be a lot more aggressive. That is a very unfortunate parry. It is a very non-peaceful parry. Right, but there we go. Sorry, sir. You must be murdered for peace. Wow. You know what? There we go. Hands clean. 7% chance of clean hands. There we go. We'll pretend that was on purpose. Alright, so at least 2 managed to survive. It's technically something, at least until we get proper control of the party. And yeah, we will be petrifying a lot of guests going forward, as should be pretty obvious here. Archers and beast tamers with blowguns are going to be a thing. Now, this is one that I am kind of willing to reset for to some degree. So most of them, like that one where it's just, you know, totally out of control, not going to bother. In this case, what we want to do is get a Gares hit with that bottle as soon as humanly possible. And what I probably should have done is actually take off all items from Denim there. To try and speed him up a bit. Because, yeah, his necklace actually is doing a lot more defensively than a lot of his other pieces of equipment, but whatever we'll deal is we'll deal. Hopefully skipping turns will be enough. So the reason the bottle is important is because it gives a 50% physical multiplier on anybody that's being hit. And so in this case, what it does is that it causes the AI to be more aggressive against him. So if they're seeing those numbers, seeing them pop up, then we're in good shape. Also, this might be one of the very few that we're actually going to play without bars for the most part. Kind of similar to the Throwing Rock run. It is kind of a nice aesthetic without as many bars around, but I might turn them on later. I like the information. Yeah, if y'all could stop absolutely vaporizing everything in your way, that'd be great. No, anytime now. Anytime now. Nope, nope. The murder continues. Okay. Well, you know, there's a chance that some of them may survive. It's slim, but there's a chance. If you know, Canopus stops slapping everyone around. I mean, technically, again, you might be able to save an extra 1 or 2 here. Let's see, do you recommend any mods for Reborn? The Old Fart mod. It specifically re-adds one of the PS1 lines that has Warren introduced as this old fart. Which, yes, it might be a little bit immature, but it's also very funny. So it is what it is. Alright, anyways, hopefully we might be able to save another 1 or 2 here by getting him breached there, which will give a pretty noticeable bonus to offense. If anybody would go ahead and target him, stop slapping away all the soldiers, please. Theoretically, figuring out how to shield bash these guys away in a very particular manner that they're just out of range could be possible, but it's so random that, yeah, there's just not a whole lot of point in trying that. Technically, you could throw some healing leaves on the way, but we're still going to see a lot of the same here because they do tend to run forward since they are, you know, intended to be just sort of run over sacrifices here. Mostly what you want is for Gildas to wind up with this next to this guy because he's got that earth element and multiplies a bunch, but unfortunately, he is just not cooperating this time. But okay, yeah, so as far as mods go, there are a few quote-unquote overhaul mods that are out there at this point. Personally, there's none of them that I've enjoyed more than the base game, to be blunt. Largely because... Okay, they added a few things that were interesting, like, for example, the ones that added throwing, you know, put back some throwing weapon categories and stuff like that. That's neat. That's cool. But as far as the overall gameplay goes, the whole perfect accuracy thing that sometimes gets criticized for this one, it really does help with the flow quite a bit. So it's a little bit of a bummer to see a mod step in and be like, oh, I lowered accuracy. Look, it's so much more immersive now. And it's just like, okay, so everyone misses more, but there really aren't enough other things in place to really make that worthwhile. Like, the reason that works in one vision is because there's so many more moving parts to specifically take advantage of that sort of thing. You've got like basic swords causing a stagger, which causes other units to be able to follow up very well. You've got different debuffs that have different accuracy modifiers depending on when they're hit. So, like, let's say if somebody's hit by stun or leaden, that ruins their footing. That makes them a lot more likely to get hit. If let's say there's somebody that that happens to have a specific type of headwear that boosts their accuracy or something like that, sacrificing some armor or hitting power for that extra accuracy they have specifically built for it. Like, when there's enough build options out there to like focus in on those types of things, it works pretty darn well. Like, same thing as one of the mods, I think it was Torpor that did this. They put parry back on shields, and it's like, oh, it's they're parrying, that's supposed to be on their shield. And it's like, the reason it was put on weapons in the first place is because parry doesn't work without a weapon, without a one-handed weapon. It is specifically put on the type of weapon that it needs in order to function. So putting it back on the shield feels like it's going to be like, your shield gives you a more defensive option. And personally, I think shields should give you more of an evasion score or something. But yeah, it doesn't actually do that much that's beneficial there. All right, let's see. What do I want to call this thing? This was just sort of my default for this sort of thing. Does anybody have a team name that is that sounds a bit more peaceful here? I did have one earlier. I'm blanking on what it was right now. Yeah, that's what I'm fearing. Vanilla seems better than anything out there. I mean, you have a couple of perfect options already out there. Because for the ones that really want that like smooth gameplay experience, Reborn already does that job well. For the ones that want the really, really technical stuff, that wants to worry about the nitty-gritty of absolutely every single piece of their build, that's what One Vision has perfected at this point, and it's just like reinventing the wheel to try and redo this other ways. Because a lot of the stuff that even Reborn does, they put into One Vision at this point to give you at least a bit of that same type of feel. Like, for example, with elements and having built-in weaknesses and stuff like that, the entire PSP system didn't have that option mechanically available to it. So instead what they did was that they increased the amount that a verse did and caused a verse to come out of more places. So it gave you an option to, for example, let's say you hit somebody with a fireball and now they're suddenly weak to ice because they are weak to the thing that just, that just hit them to some degree. Or rather, they'll do the opposite of whatever hit them and whatnot. So it gives you a reason to kind of vary stuff up. So if you needed to boost the power of a particular finisher because they have a particular element assigned to it, hitting them with a verse from an opposing wizard might be a really good way to set that up. So either way, it's interesting for that kind of stuff. This one does it more, again, smoothly. If you want to get more technical with it, that's what One Vision's there for. Let's see. That's too long. Not low expectations. What do I want to call this thing? Peace-ish. There we go. The Order of Peace-ish. Close enough. Okay. So now that we have it, this is actually one of the few runs that we'll be doing of this type, where it absolutely makes sense to immediately change Denim into a wizard. It's actually going to be a warlock by the end of this whole thing. Weirdly enough, this was at least partially inspired by a movie that the girlfriend and I were watching the other day. that had Jack Black as a warlock. It's like, you know what? Like a good time for a pacifist run. Okay. So we've got a couple of things we need to do here before we can even dream of getting into a fight. So for one thing, he's already ice. Get another ice blast on there. Few things here and there. We'll definitely want some avatars, so just immediately pick those up. 3 filters. Probably don't need any needs as of yet. We'll need a mage mark. Mage knight marks, because that's mostly what we're going to be using. Want everybody to be able to recruit. Yeah, using stuff like warriors and stuff like that, not quite going to be worthwhile as of yet. Be able to other stuff as possible. There we go. Our cap at this point. So cap is currently 5, which is just enough to get recruit. So what we're going to do is we're going to change most of these guys either to casters or falcons. Go ahead and switch over to a caster. He does come with a lot of... he typically comes with more physical bonuses. It looks like we rolled vitality and resistance pretty highly, so that works out pretty nice. Some more robes on you in a minute. Got concentration, got meditate. Pick up this for some damage options. Additionally, I want to pick up a sticker, and additionally... let's see what we got here. Sleep, charm, all that sort of stuff. A lot of times we'll be avoiding direct damage just to avoid crits as much as possible. Yeah, stickers perfectly is. I think we'll leave him without a robe for now. Let's see. Kiwi, we got Feeble, we got Stop. I'm probably just gonna stick with daggers then. Sleep, got a paralysis, got a charm. Probably leave some poison on her, just in case, because there will be some cases that damage is done. So especially in situations like, actually come to think of it, charm itself is pretty dangerous here. There are going to be situations like the griffins in Chapter 1 there, where stuff just needs to kind of slowly melt away over time. Some of them are just kind of runaway type situations. Okay. Left there. First order of business here is actually going to be to throw everybody into training. Yeah, actually, wait, before we even do training, quick little thing just to show this. As you can see, technically, it already counts as 12, despite the fact that we did not directly do any of that, and apparently one of them was Wallister, which I guess presumably was Vice, but yeah, or they're just somebody that was a turncoat or something. But yeah, technically it counts as 12 casualties already. What we're going to do here, we're going to go into training, just to show that these do not count as things. And specifically because we're trying to get up to 5. So the reason that you want to get up to 5 is that'll give you access to recruit, which means that you can kind of turn off the damage, so to speak. Technically, this isn't completely necessary as of yet. Really, we just want to be able to rush things down. The main reason that we want to pick up a recruit at this point is actually for anybody that Canopus targets. So the goal is basically to surround anybody that the Canopus runs into. Just basically spam fire recruits on them, hoping that they switch sides before they get killed. And then once he ends up targeting the leader, which should be doable as soon as we get close and breach the guy, then we should only have 1 casualty there. But again, these guys are training fights, so they do not count. They're not real peoples or something. Alright. And yeah, I did want to start off here, but we will be doing the One Vision version down the road there. Should be the fastest. Now, One Vision's kind of a funny one, because it primarily involves recruiting a lot of lizards right at the very start. If you recruit a lot of lizards, then you can have a lot of units that have both anatomy and recruit at the same time. And then at that point, you can go ahead and just kind of spam that, because once you max out recruit and anatomy, yeah, a lot of things just immediately give up. So, there's that. It's a lot easier to negotiate in that one. But it's also a lot harder to control situations in that one, so there's that as well. As far as why not do this on the PSP version, mostly because it's kind of the same thing, but just not as interesting, to be honest. But okay. Lizards are great indeed. Yes, they are. And more poison over here. Continue on that spam fire as we go along. Yeah, so what did people think of the update yesterday? Like the FFT update? Because, yeah, I don't know. Personally, I found it to be quite the bummer. Like, all that build-up, like, oh, we're totally going to do something, we're totally going to release something, you guys, and, you know, working on more future projects involving this thing. It's like, we ever made a New Game Plus mode with 0 difficulty. I don't know, it just seemed a little silly. Alright. And yeah, despite them falling to the ground, they are simply injured. These are not casualties. But I think I counted a while ago, I think the lowest theoretically possible was like... Okay, if we only count Wallister casualties, which I know is kind of a weird way to split hairs on this, but if we only count Wallister casualties, I believe the minimum was like 5. But yeah, if you count all casualties, it's still going to end up being kind of up there, because remember, you do have to mow down all the Lodicians later. So you kind of just gotta put them in the box of not people. Which is kind of messed up. See, it's Square Enix we're talking about? I mean, I guess. I don't know, I guess... I don't know, just kind of remind... For some reason, it made me think of Deus Ex Human Revolution back in the day. Where, like, it ended up having that, the kind of disappointment of, like, why exactly couldn't we do a bunch of things over the course of this whole thing? And then they ended up fixing a bunch of it. They're like, oh, here's a bunch of different options for dealing with different bosses. You know, here's a whole extra chapter that was kind of a time skip, and granted that chapter kind of sucked, but still, you know, they added stuff. I mean, I guess it's technically a New Game Plus option. It's just, I don't know. It's just like, what... It's weird that they bothered, I guess, is why it's so strange. Because it's like, you're going to go through the extra trouble of adding a New Game Plus option, but then do nothing with it. Why? Like, they had the thing for skipping additional dialogue, assuming that somebody's doing repeat playthroughs. So, if they're doing repeat playthroughs, they know what they're doing, and they're probably not just in it to curb stomp the same stuff with the same units over and over again. Like, they were already doing that in the end game, so I don't know. See, I'm pretending they only gave us the extra settings options. I mean, fair, I guess. It's just... It's weird to even be disappointed about it, because it was free and whatever, but it... I don't know. It's just after all that build-up. Just kind of wanted more of something, you know? It's still a fun game. It's kind of a pointless update. Anyway, I mean, personally, I'm more so bummed out about the lack of speed toggle still. Like, people have been asking that since the pre-release reviews, and it's still not there. I mean, it was in this game, for crap's sake. It was in, like, everything. I'm pretty sure even Triangle Strategy had it, so what gives? What a dang speed toggle. I mean, hell, now that I think about it, even, there was even a version of it in, God, what the hell mod was it? Why am I forgetting his name? The one that had all the purple alternate sprites. I feel stupid for brain farting on this because I covered it for months. It'll come back to me. But yeah, no, it was just basically a simple matter of, like, tapping A and it skipped through all the cutscenes and everything else. I guess it's technically not the same thing as a dedicated fast forward, but still, holding down the button, especially a button as awkward to hold down as R1, is just a bit of a pain in the butt. should be 2 training sessions to do. Training sessions, that should get us up to 5, which gives us recruit and coax. So that should sort out most problems here. Experience for having the fencers in there. Why wouldn't you anyway? Yep, that gets us up to 4. Just throw in 4. I mean, come to think of it, genuinely, probably the best option here is just to put Canopus to sleep. Don't even know why I'm going for these other options. But whatever. Might as well have every advantage possible going into this. Might be worth maybe getting 1 more caster. 2 might not be enough for the sheer amount of debuff saturation that we're looking for. Whatever, we'll play it by ear. Any particular debuffs early on? Or particular finishers? Because I'm thinking we'll want Dark Weight. Want that on at least a couple of them. But already working towards that. You're wondering why you would need Dark Weight for a Pacifist run? Leaden does not come from a lot of sources, so that would be a way to keep something stranded in a place where you can't move. Might be one of the few cases where there's a legitimate reason to use Rampart Shadows, which will be taken some advantage of later. Get to that as we get to it, and I did actually pull whether or not undead count as actual kills or whatever else, since apparently the death counter doesn't count them as kills. So yeah, it was basically seen as just putting them to rest, so fair enough, I suppose. But we'll see if it's possible to avoid those two. This. Oh. Weird, there was a YouTube pop-up and it's like, hey, are you sure you don't want to make this a members-only thing? There's already barely anyone showing up to these things. Alright. Let's do this. Now that I think about it, we might actually have a problem with golems later. Hopefully not, though. Weird thing to focus on there, but as far as golems go, they're normally not something you run into very much. Normally not necessarily too much of a problem, but kind of thinking as far as area denial later, there will run into an issue with those. Like dragons and such can be recruited, you know, beast units and whatever else tend to fly around. When it comes to golems, you actually get warlocks way later than you encounter golems. Earliest you can get to them is Chapter 3. Probably shouldn't be too much of an issue. Hopefully not. Oh, actually, one other kind of random note here. So, grenades. These are a bit of a odd duck. Yeah, the grenades have gone through a few different iterations as the series went on, but yeah, the ones in PSP were basically non-lethal flashbangs, In this one, they scale up off of physical, but they're probably going to be useful for the exact same reason, is they can't crit, so that might be potentially essential later on. There's not too many things that can't just randomly crit, and the odds are pretty low without a crit card or anything like that, but I feel like poisoning grenades are probably going to be pretty important later. We'll get to them as we get to them. As of right now, the point lucky parry, I suppose. The point right now, at least the goal for the time being, is going through Chapter 1, which is mostly just leader kills. Unfortunately, once you get to Bombamosa, there's not really too much you can do about, well, dealing with whatever team happens to be there. That's why the goalpost, the last time that we were discussing a kind of low casualty run, was primarily focusing on trying to save as many Wallister as possible. Because, yeah, Lodicians and basically... Lodicians and certain times when the Galgastani decide to do just kind of fight to the death type fights, those you can't really do anything about. And obviously we're not going to be making a... Actually, we can make a decent amount of use of Front Wildwood. Just gotta kind of recruit everything there. Just can't enter any places that have ferries, unfortunately, because the rogues are... Well, they don't exist in this universe. Stuff here. And double check the casualty counter once we're done here, but this shouldn't increment anything. Because again, training. Same thing for taking casualties here. Actually getting surprisingly close. A low roll there. Might as well just let her get finished off by a counter, I think. Oh, perfect. Oh, right, she doesn't. Short bow. I'm not thinking. Thinking might be helpful here. But okay, that should get everyone to 5. That gives us our recruit skills. So either as Shoes, I believe is how to pronounce that. The currently new to Tactics Ogre. I'm playing one Vision mod currently. Can't seem to find information about it, so I thought I'd ask about it here. Reach battle in Almorca against Zapan and Rhymedos. Okay, well, what would you like to know? Try to help as much as possible. Is the reinforcement infinite? Are reinforcements infinite? No, they do have a set amount and they run out. Typically, the reinforcements are going to be the stuff that doesn't like randomly spawn in normally. So every map has a sort of separate list of stuff that'll keep popping in. But yeah, for that one, the easiest way to do it is just wait for Rhymedos to get close, debuff, and then just volley a bunch of arrows. It is a bit harder in OV, but if you can get some flyers over and just drop a bunch of finishers, that'll do the job. Because if you try to go for Zapan, he'll just retreat, and then you still got to deal with Rhymedos. And Rhymedos will run away as soon as they start taking damage at all. So yeah, they're usually the easiest one to target. But yeah, if you can fly somebody behind, just kind of push them towards you, and then just volley whatever the hell you have, that'll do the job well enough. All right. Pokes at this point. We've got some recruits. Some more bow skill on here, which realistically I should have already had, but brain no good some days. We will be picking up a couple of heals here in a second. Another pokes on you. Need to resist charm, but in case. Alright. Now, let's go ahead and pick up a few Death Rings here. Well, because we'll need it later. I think we're good on those. Extra Exorcism. And let's see here. Couple of extra instills. Maybe. Deal with that in a little bit of a second. Let me see what we're dealing with first of all. Extra robe, because we didn't get one. Probably going to be the only equipment we need as that goes. Alright, let's see. Building post-game berserkers, farming lots of charms, fun times. Always a fun time to start going and churning through the late game there. Let's see. You to something else. Alright, I don't have a charm menu yet. Fine, we'll deal with that later. We'll just get 2 waters for now. You know what? We'll just leave them with heals for the time being. We don't really need any missiles yet. You root going, going. Spears. Keep a couple of blessing stones on hand just in case, but probably shouldn't need them. We'll make use of these right away, though. Those are a good way to make sure that you're not getting hit by stuff. The smoke bombs. You. Probably we'll go ahead and stick a... Yeah, we'll leave 1 breach on you for the time being. I saw that there were some comments that came in, but we'll deal with those in a moment. Let's get a weapon off of Vice entirely. He does not need to be doing anything. He's simply here to get battered around. Different. Lastly, and shield you, because you don't need any cudgel finishers. Okay. That should be good. Okay, let's see what we missed here. So, vulture this. What is that? That's like a 7 to the power of a squiggly line? I don't know. See, hello there. I just recently acquired this game for the Switch. We'll start today. Hope it's a lot of fun. Yeah, it's definitely a unique experience. Whether or not that is fun for you depends entirely on you. It depends on the kinds of stuff that you're into. Generally speaking, fair warning. A lot of people started off, get really overwhelmed, bounce off, and then like a couple months down the line, they're like, maybe there's more to it, and then they end up circling back. So just fair warning, if that happens, that is far from unusual. It's why if you ever looked at the Steam reviews, they're like, oh, you know, just like negative, positive, negative, positive. It's just constantly bouncing up and down. That's great. Let's see, Chapter 1, spend money wisely. Oh, I know. That should be most of our spending for right now. You basically get a total of like 40k until halfway through the game. But okay. So yeah, current plan, just to throw this out there. She's mostly going to be doing some of the healing here. Mostly what we want to get done is trying to make sure that Canopus cannot do anything, namely the whole murdering everybody thing. So goal is to try to recruit everyone and keep him asleep. And got that. We'll be introducing cards shortly. And we can't exactly do much about completely getting rid of Canopus for the time being, because we kind of need him here. Try to heal enemy units as much as possible. That's why we've got so much healing on hand. But we're going to also try to recruit them. For that reason, we're going to burn through a couple of avatars here just to make sure the squishier units aren't getting slapped. But I don't think this should be too much of a problem. We've got more than enough healing on hand to deal with anything Canopus is putting out. So, for minimum casualties for this one, the only one that has to go down is this guy right here, who is currently 4 arrows away from death. So we're going to go ahead and put the couple of short bows up front. We're going to try to recruit some people if possible, but for the most part, we're just looking to make sure the Canopus doesn't do anything, and to make sure that everybody else only targets who they need to. Take a nap, please. Yeah, the odds are going to be pretty low at this point. Taking away all weapons from Vice, so all he can do is go and run up and have a thumb war with people for the time being. You. Yeah, with Canopus running around, it's probably not even worth risking the recruits as of just yet. We'll see. You might as well just have the water archer handle that for the most part. Take a nap, please. Don't. He comes in with a pretty significant numbers advantage here. So concentration gets us up to 30%, but that's about it. And I kind of run around taking pot shots of wherever he can. But if we get some paralysis going... That is not where I wanted that to go, actually. That was kind of dumb. Oh, whatever, it's fine. It's fine. For this first one, it'll be a little bit of a mess. Again, guests getting taken out here will unfortunately also, for what it doesn't seem to count. So we'll go ahead and make sure that they're protected to some degree anyway. Hi there, Xavier Jones. How's it going? It's this guy going down. And still attempting to put Canopus to sleep. Hey, stop killing everybody, Birdman. Yeah, once we get out of the intro, there'll be a few more options for that. Orba's gone. Everybody else gets to live. Yeah, hopefully there aren't going to be too many restarts. I wouldn't imagine there would be. Most of this is going to be, I would say, pretty straightforward. Go. The minimum casualties for that one is basically just going to be 1. There's nothing you can do to avoid that guy. And again, just as a reminder for the ones that just showed up here, when it comes to the casualties and how they're counted in this game, even if you are not the one responsible, it still counts them as your fault. So we're just looking to reduce casualties by any means necessary, not specifically just trying to do the whole, it was technically somebody else's fault thing, you know? Alright, let's see. See, just so you know, Sword of Convalaria released another story chapter and super fun new. Hopefully we can get some more SOC streams one day. I found it because of you and love it. Yeah, again, another one on that pile of I wish that I could cover it more. I mean, hopefully. For those that are unfamiliar, by the way, SOC is a very weird story because they genuinely made basically better triangle strategy, like with a proper variable story and everything, and then just like apparently they couldn't get it released without attaching a bunch of gotcha bullshit to the front of it. So if you get past the main menu, it is an incredible game. And then there's still like the weird cancerous tumor pulsing over there, you know? It's like the game itself, the single player is genuinely fantastic. It just sucks that it's associated with the rest of it, and they were supposed to release a Switch version at some point with all the other stuff removed, and it has not happened yet, so that's just kind of whatever. Anyway, so this is Canopus. He's primarily just going to do nothing for most of this, actually. Okay. Yeah, whatever. We're just going to go Fencer with him. This is going to completely get rid of the Vartan entirely for a good long while, and I don't think there's going to be any way to get his class marks again. But he's far more useful as a flying guy, or as a flying dude man over here. If we need to have access to a Vartan, technically I think there are some that can spawn, but we have to recruit them. Anyways, we'll deal with that as we get to it. Do we make him the one sword guy? Kind of want to, just because. No logical reason for this, I just want to. Is probably put one more breach bottle on you. Alright, so currently our minimum casualties run is at only 13. We've been here a total of 2 weeks, and yeah. It's only about a death per day. Moving on. See, such a great game. Great to have it on phone and Steam. I wish that I could get it running on something more portable. Like, I don't know, I just hate playing games on a phone. See, with the new FT New Game Plus, do you think you could potentially now have Race Dragon and Race Human? I don't know if you can do those particular next to each other. You can't recruit doubles, so you can't recruit dupes. But in that case, if it's a transformed version, maybe. No idea. It's theoretically possible, I guess. I would assume not, but theoretically maybe. Yeah, I don't know. We were talking earlier that that update was a little bit of a bummer. It was like, you basically had this opportunity to do what Felseal did, where it's like you have this sort of once you beat the game, you take your New Game Plus file and you can customize it to your liking to bring start up a new run with only certain types of units, specific classes already unlocked, stuff like that. That's what I was hoping would come out of a New Game Plus or whatever else. And instead, what we ended up getting was like, oh, guess what? You can curb stomp everything with Orlando starting in Chapter 1. Aren't we having fun yet? Look at those numbers fly. I don't know. It was just kind of a bummer. Hi there, Tostones. Long time no see. How's everything going? It's certainly going. That's how it's going. But no, it's going all right. Plugging away, adapting to life changes, all of that sort of thing. Lots of various little projects here and there. Can't really make long-term plans on account of world events at the moment, but hopefully eventually those can happen. Alright, let's see here. So let's see, hey there, Coffee, love your content. I'm playing on Switch, but I'm stuck at the 1v1 against Leonard at Court Night Ward. Denim's a warrior, I'm at the level caps. Any tips? Yes. Do you happen to have a Cutlass +1 by chance? Or a Rapier +1? Like, the easiest way to do that one for Warrior there, and I actually did a video a little while ago that was just like every single... I think it was titled Every Class Against Leonard with Basically Nothing, and it was just like whatever the hell was laying around in the inventory by the time it got to a minimalist run for Leonard. But if you have Jules the Avatar, you can basically cheese the fact that he's going to miss attacks in order to take full heals. From there, you can either shield bash him into a card knockout type situation, or you can just simply out damage him through a combination of strengthen and dodge. But yeah, if you have a Jewel the Avatar, and if you have a False Strike weapon on hand, or if you have a False Strike item, you can force him to have 40% chance to miss on every attack. At which point you just take a few healing items and just out damage the guy more or less. Like that's his big limitation, that he cannot really recover. Well, you can. Alright, let's see. It'd be cool for a human race, QTO Command Dragon race. Let's see. Reddit post where a user put a bunch of mods and was getting one shot in the desert after Order Story by Level 88 monks. Yeah, there's a level scaling mod out there, which is definitely seeing a lot more attention at this point with the New Game Plus thing. So yeah, if you are doing all of that, apparently that mod does work with it, so that's nice. See, playing Sword of Conflair in my Android Odin Portal, it's been fun and handy. Yeah, I mean, I like playing it on the Steam Deck and stuff. I just just personally really like playing on the PS Vita of all oddly specific things. Okay, so we're gonna put her to sleep so she stops trying to knock out skeletons. I know they don't technically count in this particular instance, but you know what? In the spirit of things, we just want her to not be causing any harm whatsoever. Let's see. Beating skeletons, ghouls doesn't count as slain. No, these do not count as casualties. But in this case, the approach is actually not too dissimilar from how it would be normally. Namely, that we're just going to kind of push towards the center. Everybody else is going to more or less just sort of take hits for Canopus, who is going to then go forward and deal with Caster Lady over there. And unlike the Throwing Stone run, this will be dramatically less time-consuming. Currently, that run is still sitting on this fight. But again, it takes like 300 rocks to take her out, and it just takes a while. But we'll get there at some point. See, Coffee's dodge item strat worked for me. Yeah, I love the dodge items in this one. Like, it's just such a little change that you wouldn't think it would do much, but the locked-in, just like debuff odds in this one are just such a brilliant change. I love it. I mean, it really gives it a sort of classic board game feel. It's just like, here you go, here's your token for, for that particular thing. It just feels like stacking tokens, and I just really like what they did with that. It just feels like stacking advantage tokens. And there was a guy that was asking for a video covering, how to just sort of adapt everything on the fly without necessarily always having a plan ahead of time, or how to adapt when plans go awry and whatnot. And it's just like, the immediate thing was just, I need to make a video just talking about token stacking and seeing how many people remember that. It's just like, if you've ever played any board games wherein you basically determine things depending on how many tokens are stacked on top of something, just think about it like that. You have an element, you have a debuff, you have, a upgraded weapon or that. All of those are just little advantages that you're stacking one on top of another. Anyway. Forward, all numbers are looking pretty stable right now, and minimum casualties for this one is going to be once again 1, as it is with many fights. A lot of the mid-game is not that way, because a lot of stuff in the mid-game will simply run away. Funnily enough, if I remember the calculations on this correctly, I think, could be wrong in this, but if I remember correctly, the best route was ironically Law, because most of those guys just keep coming back for another fight. But then you automatically have to add 5,000 to the counter for Balmo Musa, so that's immediately out the window. Anyway, let's put him on sleep. I thought we really need to. It's just kind of outlasting until Canopus can do his job here. I mean, in many ways, it feels like every other kind of random drama type situation on TV there. It's just like the one guy's like, no, you gotta protect your souls. Let the assassin guy do it. It's like, man, that just doesn't seem like how that's gonna go at all, but okay. Okay. I can't remember the name of the show right now. But it doesn't come to mind. Let's see, it's paralysis over here, please. The minimum percentage change is great. I just wish more weapons came with debuffs. Maybe deviate from some of the upgrades' usual buff for funnies. Yeah, it would be really nice. It would be nice to see a lot more of those on there. And like when it comes to the kinds of stuff people should be doing for mods, that needs to be on there. Like, it's always this focus on, like, I gotta lower accuracy or bring back XYZ random feature instead of, varying it up. That's what OneVision did. That's what made it so great, because they took all the existing mechanics there, took the stuff that worked, and just varied it up in cool ways. Can do something more than just copying them. Also, a $20 donation there from last night. Thank you so much for that. See, man, the love you have for this game is insane. Love the game, but sometimes the bosses behave and hit like gods. Need to have some coffee on... have some coffee on me? Absolutely. I have a ginormous mug of coffee right over here. But yeah, seriously, thank you so much. And also, as far as the bosses go, weekends. Weekends are always good. Weekends are unavoidable. Weekends can fly out of your bandana, people. It's a good thing. All right, let's see. Funsies. See, I recently seen someone streaming a crazy item. What? I wish they had Rogue. I mean, Buccaneer is basically what Rogo was more or less. Personally, I like what they did with rogues, not necessarily because the class was was removed as a playable thing, but because of what they did with items. Because basically, rogue was sacrificed more or less to redo the item theft mechanic, which is just really cool. So, okay, little bit of context for anyone unfamiliar. So, rogue was taken out on this one. Originally, it was mistranslated and then retranslated and yada yada a few times. Originally, it was assumed that it was simply for technical reasons. Mostly what this translates to is the steel tables that the rogue had were ridiculously long. They had a separate item list specifically for only that class and one of their skills, as well as a whole other separate mechanic specifically dedicated to traps that barely functioned, you could even call that functioning, in the PSP version. So you had all these very oddly specific things that only mattered for them in particular. So the idea was, what they did was that they scrapped them and just put a lot of their mechanics on other things. So for example, the Berserker got their back attack, every unit is able to go and steal things, more or less. Like if let's say a random NPC comes up and they steal a loot bag, you can go kill them to get that item back. So I don't know, spiritually I love what happened with that, because it just feels like they came back in spirit in a way that everybody just feels more, I don't know, very sticky handsy on the island, which seems very fitting given their situation. I don't know, I personally appreciate that one. Do I wish they were still playable? Sure, but I feel like they probably would have just switched them into something entirely different. Because just having a back attack or whatever else wasn't worth it. The class still exists. It mostly just like has back attack and speed star. Both of those are something the Buccaneer can already do. You got an extra Buccaneer in this one. Anyway, so I don't know. I personally just really liked what changed with that one. That's actually one of the other things that's come back pretty constantly as far as mods are concerned. Everybody puts the rogue back, and it's like, oh, haha, it's back, but it doesn't really do anything. It's kind of just there. Let's see, mod for FFT, and it changed every weapon. Yeah, and that's really what a mod for this one would have to do. It would have to give more of a role for everything, aside from just attempting to roll back to the PSP changes that were, changed for a reason. Let's see, crazy item revamp mod for FT feels like a new game. Yes, I know I'm getting to that one when I can. Yeah, there's one that ended up changing a whole mess of different things for that one. But yeah, we'll get to that one when we can. Currently, there was an update that ended up stepping in and sort of taking that particular kind of news, as it were. It's a weird way to put that, but you know what I mean. Like, there's only so much time to do so many videos, and that one ended up, unfortunately, kind of stepping in at around that same time. And genuinely, I feel like the mod there, that FFT mod, was probably a good bit more interesting than the actual update that we got. But the update's the one that people are going to be asking about, more than likely. Okay. Experience charms, again, minimum casualties for that one is going to be 1. We'll go ahead and get these guys on board. Technically, you can obviously let Donalto die there, but we're not going to do that. We're going to put these two on our team, see if we do anything with them. We'll save Kadriga for right now. Don't need that just yet. Go back to Amorica, and where is Rampart Shadow at? I feel like Shadow comes in around like 15-ish, so we're not going to be able to get that. Knights with Phalanx, though, are becoming a thing right now. So you should change Sarah to a knight as well. See, agree on the mod. Yeah, it had more stuff in it. That update was just kind of a bummer. It just feels like such a missed opportunity, you know. So put Phalanx, we'll put Rampart Aura. These guys are just gonna be our walls for right now. Let's see, weapon wise, kind of want to switch them over to crossbows. Mostly because I don't have that many ranged options for right now, and I would like to have silencing units down the road. slap that on there. Crossbow for you. Get rid of this pincer and put a recruit. A heal, which I currently don't have any spares of. You. And go ahead and get disarmed. Because, yeah, funnily enough, starting with Leonard, they took away that that thing where you couldn't actually do anything with him. So he's now a glorified healer. I'm gonna steal his heal, though. Hopefully he does something else. Just because I don't feel like spending the money on another one. Go ahead and save that. And just 2 numbers. We are currently at 14 casualties and 15 days in. As long as we can keep the day counter above the casualty counter, well, I guess we can sleep at night. Let's put away Canopus for right now. Okay. That was decent. So for this one, it's just a matter of getting him surrounded and dealing with him. Do we necessarily need to recruit anybody? Yeah, we can. Ideally, we're probably going to have to start recruiting, probably starting in the next fight. For right now, we can probably just bomb rush this guy down. So I would like to see Swordmaster if their debuff dances worked like in Venom. Yeah, it would be cool to see more this kind of weird buffs and debuffs showing up on those. Back and forth between cities to increase your day count. We're not doing that. We're not trying to cheese the challenge. The whole point is to try to get as few casualties as possible. But yeah, deal with that as we go. Need High Mind to make the debuffs land, otherwise they make great bait and decent striking the bots. Also, yeah, for anyone that had missed it, you actually can make their dances really effective through a Black Lizard powder. You slap on a Spell Strike, they don't have it natively, but you slap on one of those on there, and their dances that cover such a wide area that they typically at least hit something. So yeah, they're pretty good for that. And basically, I don't know, my favorite setup for them was just going all in for skill cards and then just having Preempt. Because if they have Preempt and they're in the front, they typically can get, especially if you get like Preempt and at least 1 or 2 crit cards on there. It's like 2 skill, 2 crit. They end up either having the MP through their what the hell was it? Their Mighty Strike ability. They can either guarantee a knockback through that, or they can just crit knockback, which immediately gives them enough MP to then go do one of their dances, which then still allows them to be in a good spot, still allows them to spam all of their stuff. They just have to keep a few bags of their powder around, and they're pretty decent shape. But yeah. It's kind of cozy how they work completely opposite from PSP there. They didn't even think of Black Blizzard powder. Yeah, that stuff is surprisingly useful. Like it really does open up a lot of classes. Like both them and Angels actually benefit from the stuff, which yeah, ends up being pretty surprising. Because in both their cases, they can cover a pretty wide area, and even with minimum odds, like you don't even have to dedicate into Mind in that case, because 30% is genuinely more than enough to be an absolute menace with the stuff. And especially in Swordmaster's cases where they're generating MP passively, they typically can, you know, it can go pretty far with it. There, see if we can get her on our team. Most of these guys I'm not necessarily too worried about. I'm probably just going to stun and sleep a few of them. But I would like to at least try to recruit one of them. Get into whether or not this is necessary later, but it's what it is. Yeah, I have a feeling we'll end up using at least a couple of Swordmasters later, just for spamming debuffs, but now Basic Wizard's job. The annoying part is that to access them, you can't just kill off Swordmasters right now, so they would have to be recruited instead. Whatever, we'll deal with that in Chapter 2. Stand. At 4% recruit, apparently we're playing Night of Lotus right now. Hi there, greetings from Argentina, the best game. Agreed. And I love how how so many of the different versions of this thing are just basically the same game with different rule sets. So you can genuinely just keep replaying the same thing under different rules. It's great. I'm kind of surprised more games don't do that, by the way, just as a general rule of thumb there, because it feels like, in many ways, this is kind of why I wanted to cover something like Resident Evil Outbreak for a good number of streams here, because in that one as well, it's just a case where you more or less have different difficulties that play entirely differently as you're going through. Like, for anyone that's never tried it, it was this one time that a Resident Evil game basically didn't really give a crap about its plot or whatever else. Its whole premise was just like, here's a bunch of random dudes in a situation. Anyways, have fun with that. It's going to keep getting worse as time goes on. And so, like, as you're carrying through this thing, depending on who you have with you and kind of what you've done, what everybody's done up to that point, you can have scenarios playing out a bunch of different ways, and every one of those difficulties will vary up, like what doors are locked, what kind of tools you need, where stuff is located. So it's still basically just shuffling around the same stuff that's already there. Not the most difficult thing for them to just go and change, but it means that this one game with basically like 4 zones, I guess technically 5, feels like it's way longer than most of the rest of that series combined, you know? kind of wild. I don't know. I don't know whatever happened to like variable difficulties and whatever else. It's just it feels like such an easy way to get more content out of a thing. Feels like in many ways the sort of roguelike tag got attached to more things in an attempt to try to give you that same feeling, but kind of a set difficulty just accomplishes that more elegantly in many ways. Anyway, are you winning the Tic Tacs, Ogre? I mean, currently, the Pacifist run has... I mean, it's already in double-digit casualties, but technically, we're doing okay. It's something. Also, I really need to ditch that lady with a spear. She needs to get a bow or crossbow or something. Apparently, she is a bit more lethal than she needs to be. Getting a little bit low on health. Just heal. Heal. Nobody has to die here. I am going to throw a few arrows into the Enchantress over there, primarily because that's where I want the healing to go. So for anyone unfamiliar with why we do this, the AI likes to typically target units that are going to be a better kind of healing target, as it were. So if you can get somebody wounded nearby your actual target, a lot of times you can prevent them from getting healed. Trying to get some of these guys recruited here so that maybe we don't have to deal with them. It's kind of pointless. As long as nobody's getting their bars to 0, we're going to be just fine here. Alright, let's see. From Birdman, I'm wanting to do some testing on OB64. An emulator with save states would be best. I'll try 2 emulators, 2 ROMs, no lock. My Miu Mini Plus won't run an N64 emulator either. Dang, I mean, I've had some issues with those, but never quite that bad. I wonder what that's all about. I mean, it's typically it'll at least run. I mean, if you're on a Miu, if you use Mupin, that's usually the main one to go for. Mupin 64. I've generally not had any difficulties with that one, with one exception to the version that they have over on the Steam Deck store. That's a little bit on the jank side. For some reason it just refuses to recognize certain saves, but it did technically run its own stuff just fine. Alrighty, that is some pretty okay coffee. I don't know what specific mix of stuff I put in here that it kind of reminds me a little bit of kettle corn. That's odd. Oh well, it is what it is. Okay. Berserker is not currently too close at range, but possible to poison here. Slightly risky. It's kind of out here in the open. Okay, we'll see if that's good enough. Hoping most of the rest of these guys are just going to meander around, really target her much. Should still be within safe ranges for everybody. Suppose now that I think about it, to some degree, this is almost a no-win caps run. Supposed to prevent those from happening as well, ideally. We'll deal as we go. Alright. Attempt to recruit again. Healing again. Right. Whatever, just use one of these for right now. Just in case. Heal for you. Heal her for now. We get this guy surrounded to some degree. Bash him around a little bit. Minimum casualties for this one, just like before, is once again going to be 1. You to sleep. No. About some of our previous issues. Field bashes can't crit, so do well there. I'd like to join and not experience any more of that. No. It's fine. Fine. There's nothing they can really do to finish these guys off at the moment. There they are. Jump. We'll just take one of these so they can't. Pretty sure these guys only have spears, swords, that kind of thing. I don't think they have any missiles, but on the off chance that they do, I don't want them to be using them. Yeah, this is basically a boss rush, besides a few maps where there is no boss. Not exactly. There's going to be certain cases where units specifically have to be disabled in certain ways. It's going to vary based on the situation. Like, the next one is not really too feasible as a direct boss rush, considering that there's also another unit that's wandering around that needs to be kept alive, so the goal is to try and keep her kind of escorted away from the whole rest of the map, while attempting to deal with the leader there, while also attempting to get the Beast Tamer. Now, the bummer is that Beast Tamer basically wants to be recruited at this point, because we're not going to get another Beast Tamer opportunity for a good long while. So we basically need that guy for right now, in order to hopefully be able to get some Octopi in Chapter 2. Yeah, we'll deal with that as it goes. Eric needs a bit of healing here. It's going to be a little slow at the very start here, obviously. But yeah, the goal is to try to minimize casualties as much as possible. This isn't always, like, it's specifically designed as a game that you cannot avoid all casualties. And the way that it counts them is not necessarily if you were directly responsible, but it instead counts if they happen to kind of die in your presence, so to speak. So, to that end, we cannot simply charm them against each other and call it good. It has to be a bit more involved than that. Guests need to be kept alive, trying to avoid infestations through them as well. So guests need to be kept alive. Any kind of units that are optional need to be kept alive. There's going to be a few complications to this. Alright, let's see. Give it a shot. Thank you. Been watching your videos since 2021. Do good work. Well, thank you kindly. Thank you for putting up with a lot of the very, well, they were technically videos back in 2021. There have been improvements over time. I mean, yes, there's still technical jank as it comes up, but I'm trying. Let's see. You recently did post a game verdict on OV where you talked about how it held up. What do you think the differences are between this and Reborn, ignoring the very obvious summon spam everyone gushes about? Same as I've kind of said before on that one. When it comes to One Vision, it's the one for when folks really, really, really want to get technical about everything. So, like, mechanically speaking, there's more stuff going on there. There's more direct mechanics to interact with. It's not as smooth. It definitely has its, its rougher edges in terms of the leveling system, in terms of figuring out what all of the different weapon mechanics are now and everything. So there's definitely more to learn. It's more complicated. It's a good bit slower to play, but for the ones that are there for that slower burn, it's great to have that that option on hand. And like same as I've said since Reborn came out, like this. When I want that sort of like faster, flowier kind of experience, that's usually when I'm going for Reborn there, and it's typically one that I like to just sit down and just run map after map after map, and One Vision's the one that I like to have more of just like a sit down and think kind of approach. This is why I like having it on the Vita, because it just feels like you can commit to one save file a lot longer. Feels like there's more of a direct story there. But all right, here let's. Here. I feel like I'm forgetting something real quick. So you're planning to get Cockatrice for Petrify? Yeah, probably. But in general, I want to pick up a Tamer pretty early. Just to make sure that we don't run into problems later on. And especially we'll have an issue with Air Cell down the line as well. So you tried this in Tactics, Ogre, and it mostly worked pretty well. Did not try to recruit, though. Yeah, it depends. You don't have to try and recruit. Personally, I just like having them, nice and pacified and out of the way. Just trying to talk them down. And not to mention, it's kind of funny to me that that negotiation became part of the speedrun strategy for this one as well. It's like for anyone that never saw that, currently the speedrun world record on it did actually incorporate all of the mass recruit spamming and everything, so I was really happy about that. Yeah.
Stubborn wretch. What's it take to kill you?
Love that line.
Quite a tongue on you, boy.
Also, this line almost never comes up. But anybody that wondered where the Stubborn Wretch challenge came from, it was that line.
Look who's casting stones.
Well, currently nobody. It's not the Throwing Stone run. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, this version in general is pretty cozy for this kind of challenge. Mostly just wanted to do this one because I wanted to do a pacifist thing of the whole series at some point. Because it is to some degree doable for most of them. But this is just a good place to start, Let's see. Shield bash, and you should hopefully be willing to switch sides. Yeah, for units like clerics or whatever else, typically you want to do this just to get them out of the way. Like in her case, she was actively being detrimental because she probably would have attempted to heal the leader there. So in those situations, that's mostly what we want the recruits for. Or if anybody's throwing out numbers that are a bit too nuts, or if they happen to collect too many cards and become a decent threat or what have you. It'll depend, but it's just a good tool to have in the arsenal. Go, that's the fight basically done until Poison takes another time. If he gets knocked out here, that'd be great. And this is typically how I end up playing most of the time anyway.
Oh, no peace in death.
Sure. Anyway. And yeah, for anyone that ever missed the lore on that guy, the whole reason that he's called Sword Fighter is because he's a gladiator kind of deal. His spare time. Oh, well and nifty. Although One Vision did give him a sword all the same, but... Alright. Mr. Cleric there. Charms. Need to do anything special here? I don't think so. Did need to get rid of this spear, though. Leave you with the short bow. Do we make you the one sword lady? I feel like we do short bow. So, reason for bows and missiles and stuff like that in this case, the sort of general idea is to try and make it so that if somebody in particular needs to get hit a whole bunch and knocked down a peg, then we can have that option. Otherwise, they're not countering. Rhyme. Rhymes or reasons. In fact, actually, in your case, you probably use Gladius. Yep. Probably put you away, because crossbows are here. Actually, we'll just go ahead and get the second cleric in here. Probably put you... Actually, let's probably take a little bit of weight off. Alright, so logic behind that that right there, that'll give them a very small small speed boost.
Who's that woman?
Should let them get closer.
I won't stand here and watch her be hunted. Quickly, to her aid.
Okay, so minimum casualties for this one. Sistina has to survive. We're going to try to put everybody to sleep as much as possible. Need to get that tamer if at all possible. Unfortunately, Sistina likes to immediately go on the offensive here, so she both needs to be saved and put to sleep. So that's, you know, what it is. Canopus is just going to fly his way forward, attempts to deal with, let's face Bodus. Bodus is this guy's name? Bolus. There we go. I think Bodus was his name. Right. Because everybody's taking minimal turns, they should be able to reach her before she does anything too dumb. Just gonna march on to that top left. Gets healed, which puts her to sleep. And then ideally, we just surround her with a couple of units and prevent her from going anywhere. So I just knocked something down. The hell did I knock down? Why is... Okay, there's a microscope there. Sure, why not? That's a place for a microscope. I don't know why I put it there. Now she is unfortunately cut off. I'm gonna have to heal the other Valk near her. Depending on who gets there and how fast, we're just gonna have to adjust between putting everybody to sleep and getting them healed back up to full. Again, ideally want to get that beast tamer here. We can't recruit the beast units in this chapter. Can at least do some stuff with them. Not going to bother putting this guy to sleep because Blanar and Vice are just going to keep waking them up, so not a whole lot of point in that. Let's see, how would you deal with this map on a no movement challenge and still save Sistina? Just kind of hope everything works out. It sounds dumb, but there's not really much more you can do that. You can shield bash everybody about to where this berserker is. In some cases, she'll decide to kind of circle around the map and meet up with you there, and if she does, then you're fine. She is a decent bit tougher in this version than she was in PSP, so she's got a pretty decent chance of surviving. But yeah, it's just a matter of how long it takes to get there. You can shield bash somebody up to that top left area, which is really all you need to keep her alive. But yeah, it can be a little on the tedious side, though. On it there, but that'll do. Healed up. Really what you need is just for her to decide to not do something stupid, which... yeah, she loves to do something stupid, unfortunately. You can get a buff item on her, like a dodge, or if you can get within healing range, really at that point you're already fine. So, if she is blocking the way, though, that is unfortunate. Keep Cashua in here for right now, just so we have more heals to spam. Asleep, so you don't get any ideas. Thankfully, because they did change how elements work in this version, they are not as much of a problem here. Yeah, the PSP version as well as Classic, what would end up happening here is that they would just target her, because most of the time a player would end up getting their levels up pretty decently far by this point, which means that she is by far the least threatening thing here, so they immediately like to bully on whatever they can possibly bully. So what they would do is they would just all pile on her, and this typically included all the bows. And especially in PSP, they could spawn with 2 longbows here, at which point she was basically never out of range. So, yeah, this one they're primarily rocking worse weapons, and she has a elemental advantage against most, so it's really a lot easier to keep alive. And then in the One Vision version, she's given a defensive setup with a sort of a dagger tank build, and she might as well be invincible. It's really not that different. Okay. Thing. Master you. Sure. Enough. Here. A little bit of paralysis going on you, because he's the most likely to target her, since magic is fairly neutral against elemental disadvantages. There we go. I'm already targeting other units, so that helps there. Some degree anyway. Really, what we're doing right now is stalling for time until Canopus can get the job done. The thumbnails gonna need to have a thing added of just like Canopus doing the like Sonic EXE face. Alright. Everybody's within healing range. Everybody can get along nicely. Unfortunately, the ones with no gloves and pants are currently getting all the arrow shot at them right now. It's fine. What we wanted here. One lady back here. Still feels a little weird that the Sibyl staff didn't get a kind of casting range upgrade. Whatever. In this case, we're not really worrying about Sistina as much as all the potential units that she might be killing off. Thank you, Lucky Spawn. And yeah, this is one of those little kind of design changes that they made for this one. So a lot of units in the first chapter and partially into the second chapter are earth elements. Reason this matters is, yeah, Canopus is by default going to be, assuming somebody doesn't change him out of it, air element, which is why he seems a lot stronger in the early game, and a lot of like tier lists and whatever else had him quote-unquote dropping off as the game progressed. He's always good, it's just that, yeah, he has kind of that hidden artificial advantage at the start. Start working on this guy. That might take a minute. Kind of bummer here, though, is that Sistina can at any point circle in and try to just take somebody out. So I want to try to give her... Let's try to get her shut down to some degree, especially now that she's got a physical. Ah, right. Got knocked down. Back up on her feet in a moment. I'd ideally like to recruit that guy, but if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. Potentially end up getting too risky. %. Come on, low percent odds. Just do it. Alright. Stina's turn is coming up pretty soon. Fortunately, we're going to have to heal up the wizard over there. Unless he falls asleep. Or unless she falls asleep, rather. Self. Stay right there. You, sir, are going to fly around this direction, get one step closer. Situation off. parry. Little worrying though. Let's take a nap. Beautiful. Okay. So, Stina is not going to be there, tearing everybody a new one. Try to heal everybody up. There will be certain situations where a guest will, let's say, have easy access to a Fizz plus crit, and they might just one-shot anybody at any time, which is a whole other set of problems. Not really worried about the timeline that we're dealing with now. Gonna have a few issues. A few units getting knocked out. Basically, offense-wise, all we need is Canopus for the time being. It's just a matter of recruiting a tamer at the bottom. Come on, please join. It is annoying. So, back up a new few, probably. Really doesn't want to join you. Well, I mean, his odds are going to be pretty low for the time being. Well, do blessing stones while we're here. Get everybody back up on their feet. It's going to be a little bit of a waste, but we got a little bit behind because of that parry. It also gives them something else to target for the time being, so they don't accidentally wake her up. %, that's pretty decent. Is normally what you do. Oh, jeez, dude. Yeah, she's already up. She's already up and starting to annihilate the universe. And this is actually... This is why I was talking about using Rampart Auras earlier, because in this kind of situation, you could kind of trap her in place. Hi there, Warren Report. How's it going? Yeah. Right now, again, it's not a matter of they're hunting down Sistina. Sistina's hunting them. Shoes on the other foot, and it's not looking great. Might already be the first reset if they get a kill off here. I think Sistina was the big danger in the room. See, doesn't attacking him lower your chances of recruiting him? No, it actually raises it. We brought the breach along. But yeah, no, the lower their health is, the more likely they are to join. However, this is also dependent on their loyalty score, which can potentially be changed by a few things, and if they're cursed, asleep, or hit by fear, they just won't be joining at all anyway, because they are not in their right mind. Why cursing is in that list, I have absolutely no idea. Okay. Guess they just figure they're too cursed for friends. Come on, dude. Come up. Yeah, the numbers are not feeling nice today. It's okay, these things happen. Keeps attempting to pull an extra point of damage out of his stuff there. Alright, so we'll need to double check once this one ends whether or not Casual counted for that KO counter or not. They think she does, but let's see. See if we have another Wallister on there. And if Vice can move, thank you. This is being a bit of a pain in the butt over there. That, oddly enough, helped. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to give up on the idea of having a tamer for right now. Before I do that, though, think this through a bit. Primary goal is to get some octopi starting in Chapter 2. One of those octopi is to get long-range breaches to potentially get rid of certain bosses in ways. Other ways to get them, possibly. Oh, whoops. I just got a message that apparently the Alexa in the other room was hearing me talk. Whoops. That Clark is about to count too. Yeah, that's why I'm considering finishing this off right here, because if not, well, then we have other problems. Okay, we're just gonna have to get tamers another way. Whatever, we'll deal. Deal. It's fine. Night marks, got some points, got some caches. Nifty. There, we'll probably want to take another...
I see. Then tell me, why is it that you fight?
Arbitrary reasons. Also peace and stuff, I guess. Okay. Roger Merchants, well, thank you. Also, that feels like a perfect title right there. We'll just go ahead and slap that sucker on there. I'm gonna make a second save. I want to check something real quick. I'm gonna save over this one. Load that last one real quick.
Tactics, Ogre.
Wanted to make sure. Just make sure. I don't know what the circumstances are that a guest getting knocked out counts as an extra casualty. Yeah, what did I miss? Feels like it... Oh no, it only went up by 1. I'm thinking this right now. But yeah, in some cases, for some reason, a guest counts as an extra casualty. It seems like it's... Shut up, we're just trying to make peace. It might just be in the intro, I'm not sure. Technicality. But who knows? She is, and there all her equipment goes. Healing and only healing. Sounds like a good... Okay. Also, this is kind of an odd one. I like to think that they changed one thing about Ravnus for this version, just because it was she was kind of stepping on Aerosil's toes here. It's like being the whole lightning representative and whatever else. Most of the time in the PSP version, she's just shooting lightning around everywhere, and or missiles around everywhere. But yeah, in this one she actually doesn't come with any kind of an interesting change, I suppose. But we'll tend to give her recruit and make her resist being likable. So there we go. He does that pretty okay. Training fight next. These out quick. We might do 2 of these. Also because I want to see if we have any Rampart Orb available or Rampart Shadow availability early on. But second of all, I just want to see if there's anything that I'm potentially forgetting about here. And we will have access to some additional shutdown abilities pretty soon, but wait yet. Now I guess also we get up to a arguable splitting hairs moment. So, with Nybeth, he is currently trapped in a fort, not technically harming anybody, but he does later come back and do more things. Are you saving more lives by attempting to take him out now? Because he doesn't technically die, he just runs away from the fight. So, as a matter of technicality, I think it's kind of the more pacifist option to try and deal with him right now. And, yeah, then we'll... Technically, it won't increment the counter any. Probably the better way to go. Not to mention it opens up POTD later. Might make for an interesting challenge under this kind of rule set. Can't kill anything in this 115 floor kill everything dungeon. That sounds absolutely horrible. Maybe we don't do that. See thing over this way. Also need to remember to double check. I think it's for using a recruit skill in Obda and Berta that you get Ice Blast 2 at this point. I'm trying to remember what the bonus condition was. And I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But yeah, that would be very useful at this point. I'll say because it gives one particularly heavy hitting ability. So it's pretty worth spamming out some of these training fights in Chapter 1 because they are way, way faster to do at this point. Later on, they're also not nearly as helpful either. But at this point, you only have 6 guys in here. So very quick to spam out. Most of the time it isn't necessary. You can just use a combination of counters and debuffs and things like that to get ahead. But in this particular instance, it can be worth doing. How exactly they simulate being poisoned, I don't know. Oh, I'm totally sick and down right now. What do you mean you actually split the poison out? Maybe they just eat at Wendy's. Be going for a quick refill of coffee in a little bit, though. So additionally, I think we're getting Mother's Blessing pretty soon on the clerics. Not 100% sure off the top of my head. From the more precise locations of certain things, some of those things that always end up slipping the mind. Since there's always at least one person that asks, no, you cannot recruit people out of this fight. Would be nifty if you could, though. But, you are just training. I'm pretty sure they're perfectly happy, you know, sitting and being in their garrison, whatever. Sure they'd get into trouble if they left. Probably as far as cushy gigs get in this universe. Gotta sit there and hope that nobody shows up storming your particular castle that week. And when they do, you just leave when the leader inevitably gets steamrolled. Let's see, did you eat a potato today too, or only drink coffee? Let's see. Some soft-boiled eggs. We had some... a Chinese place. They had some really good wonton soup. What else did I eat today? I feel like I'm missing something in the middle there. Probably. Oh yeah, no. The mashed potatoes were yesterday. Some dang good mashed potatoes. But no, yeah, did not technically have potatoes today. I know, what blasphemy. But no. Had to have one day without mashed potatoes. Just any potatoes in general. I kind of want a baked potato. Sounds really good. Totally make that tomorrow. It's delicious. I haven't had baked potatoes in ages. Hey, don't laugh at me. I like my potatoes, dang it. And, you know, girlfriend's really good at making them, so don't for exact rate. Let's see. Those. This old dealie over here. Yeah, also I was making some borscht tomorrow, which has plenty of potatoes in there. This beet soup that's a combination of beets, chopped up into cubes, mixed in with some potatoes, mixed in with some cucumber, mixed in with some dill weed, and then you combine in a little bit of vinegar. You get some chicken stock in there, hopefully some chicken bouillon in there as well. Mix in a combination of allspice, some garlic salt. I kind of adjust the allspice and some additional pepper as needed until I get a nice little kind of a mix of just sort of like, how do you even describe it? It's a very particular type of bitter, but it is absolutely delicious. Actually reminds me, still have that bottle of the other day got recommended a Lithuanian store of all things, and they had some kvass there, and haven't had that in forever. Yeah, it's this Lithuanian like root beer you make in a bucket. I think it might also be from other places too, but like yeah, you make it with burnt toast in a bucket, and that always freaks people out, which is great. That makes it even funnier. All right. Let's see, if you could make a tactical RPG and use a genre or style of music not expected in the genre, what would it be? Mine would be Latin music, lots of Latin stuff. That would be really cool. I would love to see that. I would also want to see one that makes more use of jazz. Just never gets used as much as it should. But let's see. Like, specifically styles of music, yeah. Techno gets done. I feel like XCOM kind of nailed the techno vibes really darn well. Especially with the 80s soundtrack for the PC version. It just kicks ass. But let's see. As far as jazz goes, I mean, there's a lot of really weird styles that that Disgaea uses too. Remind me of Dwight of The Office. Which part? Minded what the hell? I don't know. Oh, you're the one that said it. I don't know specifically what we're talking about there. But okay. Let's see, turn up your voice a nudge? Maybe. Anybody else finding it quiet, or define where it is? Because I know when I did the usual pre-test and everything, it seemed about roughly where it should be. All the different types of jazz, imagining a repeated boss fight with a S-pop theme. Yeah. Yeah, I would like that. It's just, like, especially, like, when it comes to jazz, it's just the sheer variety there, yeah, would definitely do some wonders in terms of being able to add a lot of moodiness to it. Oh, the borscht stuff? Also, that's not how you spell borscht. Hold on. There you go. That's how you spell it. They can't hear you over my fan? Well, I can't control your fan, man. Do I look like some sort of fan wizard? I don't know. He still sounds great. Okay, well then we'll stick with that. But yeah, no. So yeah, no. As far as borscht goes, like, so here's the thing. I was originally Lithuanian, right? Little Eastern European country, known for a absolute just shitload of potato-related dishes, right? And yeah, the thing with Eastern European food, and I was mentioning this in the Gladiators video as well. But, like, every friggin' European country has their own version of borscht. It best can be described as just, like, kind of just like a local variant of a beet stew. Now, it has a ton of different versions. I personally think the weirdest version is actually the Georgian one, which I had in this one restaurant in California once, where you basically just stick a whole ass, like, lamb leg in there, and you're just supposed to eat this thing with a fork out of your soup, and, no thanks. That is just really inconvenient and messy, and it gets on the table, and it sucks. I don't know why they do it that way. I'm assuming somebody originally just wanted to also have a lamb leg and they didn't have an extra plate laying around. They're like, fuck it, drop it in my soup. I don't know. But either way, but yeah, I make my own version based off of the Lithuanian version. My favorite one is technically its whole other variant entirely called šaltibarščius, which is just translated as cold borscht, but like, it's basically like a yogurt and beet stew that you eat with a hot potato, and you scoop up the hot potato, you dip it in the soup. This sounds bizarre. It sounds like something that shouldn't work. It is the greatest goddamn soup on this planet. I don't care what anybody says. But yeah, that stuff is amazing. But I remember it being very complicated to make, and then, you know, it told my girlfriend about it, and she's like, yeah, no, I can just make this. This is easy. What are you talking about? So apparently I'm wrong on that, but whatever. We'll, looking forward to trying that again at some point, because that stuff is very, very, very good. Okay. Put you on the shelf. We'll put you on the shelf. Just run this training scenario one more time, just to make sure that we have everything on hand. And that should be the last one for Chapter 1. I just want to be a little bit over-prepared for this section here. Especially for Canopus. I'd ideally like him to get a finisher, but deal as will deal. But yeah, so going back to the whole borscht thing, like, yeah, every Eastern European country just has its own version, which it is both good and bad. I mean, from a cultural perspective, that's kind of nifty. But it does also mean that whenever somebody says that they love borscht, it could also mean a lot of different things. So, that potentially could get a little bit complicated. So yeah, I'll have to save the stream to the recipes playlist. I mean, I'll gladly just post the recipe at some point. But yeah, I started making my own. So, like I mentioned before that I had a mom that was a complete nutcase, but they did have quite a few recipes, and over time I ended up picking up a few things here and there. But I have just sort of a alternate variant of what I personally liked out of borscht, because yeah, as much as you can get real crazy with getting very specific with the spices and whatever on those things, you also can just as easily end up making kind of a mess of things there. So I like to typically just mix in a good majority of that stuff before everything gets going, only to then just kind of just go crazy on tasting the thing and readjusting the spices at the last minute. Anyway, let's see. Earlier you said no to bumping the day count, and look at us now. Hey, that's not the point of this right now, to be fair. I kind of think of it, do the training maps even bump the day count? That never comes up. There's no reason to test it. Maybe, I don't know. But no, what I'm doing right now is I want to see when Rampart Shadow becomes available. I think, I want to say it's at 15 or so. Probably could just look it up. It would be a lot faster than this. But figure, whatever, might as well. We're already here. The first version of the Almorca Training Ground is easy. Like, it's just really quick to get through. So just might as well run through this real quick. Also get Canopus one step closer to his finisher. Speaking of, let's see. Yeah, he's not even remotely close to that. Never mind. He's not going to have a finisher on time. I don't know if anyone remembers launch week for this whole thing. But yeah, the couple of weeks that they gave to go and play around with Tor and kind of learn all of its ins and outs, and you know, part of the reason that the initial review was like, this is really awesome, but I can't necessarily explain why in great detail because there's so many new things. But yeah, no, that first week just involved trying to see how far anything could get as far as finishers went. Because one of the weird stipulations that they had upon getting the review code was not to cover anything past Chapter 1 until like a week before release. So I'm just like trying to get as much out of this first chapter as possible, because I guess they were worried about spoilers for a 2-decade-old game, you know? Hey, what's the limit right now? Limit on what? Levels? I'm assuming 9 as of right now. Somewhere in that ballpark. Should probably know those a bit better, but most of the time I just kind of blitz through the section. And/or experience entirely is turned off. You had all the routes by release day. By release day, I had gotten it to Chapter 4, had gotten most of the side quests for Chapter 4 and stuff like that done. It wasn't quite 100% there yet. Not to mention that particular week, there ended up being a bunch of family events. So I'm just looking like a weirdo, taking apart this Switch, putting it on all my various vest pockets, and trying to find different ways to carry it around. So I'm trying to find any time whatsoever to actually cover the dang thing. They're like, you have 2 weeks to cover this crazy long game and understand it completely. Good luck with that. Bye. Yeah. So yeah, I remember the characters. We only had guides for the Chapter 1 guys. Yeah, it was an odd limitation. Like, genuinely just kind of not sure why they thought that was the way to go on that, but sure. But I guess, again, they were worried about spoilers to some degree. Yeah. I remember I had several save files going at the time, so one of them was this attempt to try to see like what kind of nonsense you could get up to with clerics and archers and whatever else. Because even before the thing came out, you already had people doing the classic of, oh my god, they destroyed archers, they made clerics worthless, it's just so terrible, they can't do a single thing. It's like, here you go, here's the hardest thing you can do in Chapter 1, it's done with clerics, they're one-shotting it with archers, like, just trying to get the word out there as much as possible that all the traditional stuff is not how this one works, but, you know, there's only so much you can do. But, anywho. Let's see, how long did it take to get the items, player knowledge, or items in the dungeon? People were already putting together entire guides for POTD and whatever else pretty early, but there was also there were a few channels that were actually putting out wrong info around that time as well, doing things like taking old PSP guides and like basically repackaging that same information, which, you know, some of it was unavoidable, some of it was, you know, what the hell are you doing, but yeah, people were putting together all of the drop lists and whatever else, like, the day of release, practically. Yeah, that stuff started coming out really, really darn quick. I think it was mostly the folks from the Chinese community that were doing that, but it's hard to say. I don't speak that language. Let's see, I remember a list that wasn't complete, but it didn't follow the PSP game somewhat. It's not just that. Basically, everything from the PSP version is changed in a lot of ways. Like, the entire drop table throughout the entire thing is more or less completely redone. Some of them also have very oddly specific limitations as well. So, like, for example, let's say one of the ones that's technically the same, but also different in a very just extremely oddly specific way, is you have something like the steak item that appears over in Fromp Wildwood. Okay, so you get meat items that are something that you can feed to somebody to get a very small stat boost, right? Basically, it's a card, but it's portable. Now, the thing is, in the PSP version, you could go and farm those things pretty much endlessly. They dropped all the time for one particular area. 3 Terenites that appear in the middle of the woods just are a walking buffet for some reason. It's just a thing they do. You know, everyone's got to have their hobbies and such. But yeah, so that was changed to where you will get one. You will get one of the 3 meat items. It'll drop exactly once per playthrough. that is not a type of roll that appears for any other item anywhere. It's just for that one item, and it's just one of those very oddly specific changes they made on this one. Let's see here. The problem is I feel like we're forced into using those Terenites early, mid, well, entire game. I mean, they're useful throughout the entire game. I still find it funny that, again, I don't remember the name of the channel or whatever else, but there was one guy insisting that they were completely useless, which is certainly interesting. But no, they're useful throughout the entire thing, which I'm assuming they wanted to buff them quite a bit in this version, considering that they were functionally worthless the last time around. Even their main debuff, which should have been, like it is here, pretty much the best debuff in the game, did next to nothing in its PSP release, just because of how the armor system worked. So there were a good number of instances where, I mean, the class itself just was extremely slow. A lot of its stuff didn't hit as you would. Fearful Impact was one about pretty much the only thing that you would realistically use them for. Most of their debuffs didn't really do much of anything. There was one build that was relatively common back in the day, which was something like a drain power build on them, just kind of drain power into a finisher. But even still, they were really, like, they were just clunky. They were bad. Their debuff didn't do very much. Like, it tried to, but it just couldn't, was their sort of PSP life there. So this time around, they wanted to make it actually worthwhile to use them, so they got a dramatic speed boost. A lot of their best stuff isn't locked to a skill that you have to grind for several hours, in the form of Lament. Like, Lament in its original version was... It started off at 30%. You had to spend hours to get it up even an additional 5%. It took like 3 turns worth of TP to even use it whatsoever. At which point, yeah, it had next to no odds to actually hit. There was technically a weapon in the form of the headsman that would go and raise it, but that was way in the post-game, by which point it just wasn't really worth using anyway. Not to mention it basically locked you into place for an extended period, so there was a lot of commitment to make that one work at all. Even if you had everything augmented, even if you had a bunch of bonuses and whatever else, they still would not function as any kind of hybrid caster type of deal. Most of the time, it's like if you got their evasion high enough, weirdly enough, they were the evasion specialist in the PSP version. But yeah, if you got their evasion decent and their vitality decent, they were kind of okay, but that's about as good as they got. Anyway. Let's see. Let's see. I remember game facts or content. I remember that Chapter 1 limit period. Say again, I had to turn away for a second. Which section are we talking about? See, if I was making my own game mod, I'd make multiple Terenites, maybe different oaths or something. I mean, that's kind of what we have with the different knight types as it is. Terenites, birds, dragons, monster teammates in general, just so much stuff that was just not viable, but game-changing. I mean, it depends. Hold on 1 second on that particular thought. Hold that particular thought. Let me step away for just a moment. Actually, you know what? Let's finish up this map and then step away for just a moment. Need to take a quick second. Oh, what do you want that? Alright, now 1 sec. Okie dokie, and back. Also, rude, or I guess Roog. No, I'm not. Anyway, so, yeah, the Farampa item drops. The weird thing that happened there was that, yeah, they had meat items that would drop on 3 particular Terenites in the Wildwood at the very south of the map. And for whatever reason, these were unlimited before, so you could just kind of farm them. That's what I was doing for the level 1 run, kind of way back in the day. I'm assuming they noticed this for this version, because they changed it to where you can still technically get them, but the only actual way to, or rather the only thing that you actually get for doing so is 1. You get 1 of their drops, and then the rest don't seemingly drop ever again. Which, yeah, it's just a very oddly specific change to make. But, you know, it's their prerogative, I suppose. But yeah, it's just, that particular rule does not happen for any other item as far as I'm aware. It's just, it's not even rare. It's just, you get 1. And that's it. You get 1 very easily, and then you just don't get another one, as far as I can tell. So yeah, they just had little things that they just threw in like that here for some reason. Right. Imagine a game like this, but every map, your units start at 1, and then you level them back up. The power of the character at the start of every map is the new style for the game. I mean, that's kind of what the cards do in this one. And that's one of the reasons that I really like the card system. Let's see, the meat that gives 0.01 to stats? Yes. And yeah, it was definitely a dreadful process to go and grind them up. That's why the level 1 run took several months to complete. I would not recommend it, but, you know, it was interesting. Ultimately, even at level 1, it was still possible to one-shot the final boss, so that was interesting. That's the entire point I was trying to make there. Like, you can make it through with basically nothing. And then got really carried away with those meat items. Especially considering how realistically it was actually a fairly minimal overall effect on how stuff played out, but, well. Correct me if I'm wrong, but in KWell, if you use a damaging spell on an adjacent enemy, they'll automatically counterattack you. It's the same happened in Reborn. I don't think they do that for spells in particular. But no, that doesn't work that way because it counts as a ranged attack. So they do not spells don't get countered. Let's see. Yeah, the cards are amazing. Yeah, I really like that system. Kind of bummed me out when people got so upset about them. Like, oh, how dare they have board game mechanics in the series that has board game mechanics since day 1. Like, no, those are great. That's why they've stood the test of time. I mean, it's kind of like a little while ago. I don't know if anybody saw any of this by any chance, but they had made a Fallout board game that, weirdly enough, looked a lot more interesting than the MMO that they made. Yeah, it kind of had a similar system where instead of trying to reinterpret all the various stats and whatever else, a lot of it was kind of stackable tokens and stuff like that. It was pretty interesting. I really got a chance to do that one personally, but saw a good bit of it that looked pretty neat. Fast arrow. Wait, what the hell am I doing? Not trying to heal them. This will be the last one of these that we're doing for this second. I just wanted to see if got any additional tools out of it. Probably not, and realistically I probably should work in some other classes just to speed this part up. I just figured Canopus might make it a little bit faster. He does that job well enough, just, you know, everyone only gets 1 turn. I mean, in terms of weird mechanics, recently was going through a Unicorn Overlord and Ogre Battle 64 next to each other, and it's just, it's weird how well it holds up, like, how well the series itself holds up under comparison with stuff that is a lot more directly complicated and stuff like that. And I just kept thinking it's probably part of the charm of this whole series is just how easy it is to just pick up and go. Like with OB64, I took a break of a while on that particular save file, and UO I was starting from scratch on account of it being on a new system, and in both of those cases, it's just like with OB64, I immediately take one look at the team and already know what everybody's about, you know? And for UO, it was a matter of relearning all those mechanics, and absolutely love that thing, but still, you know, it lacks some of that direct, not necessarily simplicity, because there is a lot of complication to the way that things interact, but a lot of the direct complication is not as much of a factor. Not as complicated, more smooth, I guess. I don't know. There has to be a term for it, and I'm probably brain farting on it, but it is what it is. Let's see. The card system is amazing. I just wish the drops were less frequent. They were a bit more red cards. I mean, I would like to see a few more varieties of cards as well, for sure. As far as frequency goes, it just kind of means that you can pick and choose your cards as you go along. I mean, if you end up breaking a bunch of props and stuff like that, you can basically guarantee that they're going to be on your side of the map most of the time. See, such a shame Unicorn Overlord will never be coming to PC. What a missed opportunity. Given what we saw, the very oddly specific announcement, I seriously doubt that anybody would have not gotten into legal trouble for making an announcement like they did without being okayed well ahead of time. Like, it just seems like they probably already okayed it and we're probably just marketing it. Like, my guess is it probably is already greenlit somewhere, but don't exactly have any insider information on that one. I'm trying to use the AI to code a roguelike TRPG. And that just be D&D. Except I'm thinking tabletop in that particular instance. I mean, as far as roguelike TRPGs, they exist. Plus, I'm pretty sure that would be a good way to immediately get the pitchforks and torches brought out, because, you know, AI. The evil robots kind of have earned the ire of everybody at this point. Well, deservedly, too, for the most part. There are some positive effects, sure. You know, some decent memes, some decent music. But, yeah. On the whole, it's, pretty darn evil. Anyway. Let's see. Everything is technically on PC, you just have to have the right emulator. Fair enough. You haven't been in general, though. Hope life has been treating you well. It's been a while since you last streamed. Yeah, I mean, I've been adapting to different changes and, you know, life changes and whatever else. But yeah, overall, I'd say stuff has gotten a good bit more peaceful over the last few months. Definitely was a bit of a problem last month when the apartment flooded, so that was not great. The vibe coding is still coding. Yeah, unfortunately, it depends on who's doing it. Like, I don't know if anybody caught this the other day, but anyone here remember Crimson Tactics by chance? Because, yeah, that's going to be a fun one to discuss there. I didn't want to make a video on it yet, because it's hopefully too early to immediately say, oh, wow, that it's not improving, but for anyone that missed it, Crimson Tactics was basically... It was a little bit of TO, a little bit of FFT, a little bit of trying to be a fancier version of Fellseal in some ways. Basically, a TRPG that kind of wanted to be like FFT building with TO scope, kind of, sort of. And the thing is, their code was so colossally fucked up that they basically just released it in a half-finished, ridiculously buggy state, and then were like, well, I guess we'll put it at a discount and everyone will be happy now, which went about as well as you'd expect. But yeah, so with AI stuff being a thing now, apparently they got another round of funding or something along those lines, and are attempting to bring it back from the dead. Now, thing about that, so far, I think there are like 4 updates into the thing, and there's technically kind of sort of some improvements. It loads a little bit faster. I mean, for what it's worth, they did openly say, like, yeah, we could not make heads or tails of our own code, so let the magic robot fix it. And yeah, anyways, so yeah, they started trying to fix it. The thing is, you can immediately tell that stuff's a bit off. Like, when it came to the crafting menu, they have multiple entries of the same thing that require different amounts of the same materials. Stuff like that. It's just like, one of these is dramatically more expensive than the other. They're the exact same item that's being output, but don't question that. We just have multiple entries that have appeared over here. We've got cases of grass that looks like it's underwater for whatever reason. Just like, there's some possible improvements, but the thing is, it wasn't just the performance or the bugs or whatever else that were the issues with that game. It was stuff like, for example, imagine in FFT, if you had all of your characters looking basically the same, and now you were supposed to figure out, like, let's say they all looked like knights, right? Every character is basically just looking like either the archer or the knight. And the only way you could realistically tell them apart is based off of their name. Now, you already have an icon over there on the side that is for their class. An icon that in, let's say, something like Xenonauts or something, they would use to distinguish if you had a particular build for somebody. Because it's a thing that lets you cross-class skills from any class, which is kind of nifty, but it would be very useful to have any way to distinguish them whatsoever. So like, for example, in something like Tor, the way that they get around this is that every class has a specific set of skills. Until you're in the post-game and have something like the Ogre Blade on hand, you cannot really add different things to different classes. They are specifically going to be locked into that particular skill set, and working around that is what makes this work. For something like FFT, you have a very limited amount of units, so you typically know your dudes. Now, if you combined both of those together, and now you've got a party size of like 30, some of them have mounts. Those mounts, for whatever reason, just keep changing who, their ass is planted on. So now you have somebody that is dedicated as a cavalry archer. Too bad they're now infantry, and now your berserker over there is sitting on a horse when you didn't intend him to. Like, that's the kind of issues that game has. You can't tell what character is doing what. Stuff just sort of moves around wherever it feels like sometimes. It's a very, very strange game, but I did a few videos on it a while back. Lots of decent ideas in that one. Crashed and burned pretty spectacularly, but anyways, let's go back to the comments here. Alright, let's see. Could you briefly explain how titles in Knight of Lotus work? Like, standing on certain tiles gives an increase in damage. Also, does standing... Oh, tiles. Also, does standing a certain direction make any difference? For Knight of Lotus in particular, it has a particular element bonus depending on which tile you're standing on. So the higher your affinity with that particular tile, the more you're going to do. So as a bit of an example, one of the things that you can use to optimize yourself, like War God and Berserk, as titles that you, or as emblems that you can get early on, is by, let's say, taking a fire unit and a water unit. Let's say you take a water fairy from the store, you'd put it on the fire tile so that they're taking a penalty. You take the water unit, or whatever the opposite was. It's late, I'm tired. They want to have opposing elements. You put them on an element that weakens them. You put the unit that's going to be hitting them on a tile that strengthens them. And then you go ahead and you have them do their biggest hit, which at that point is going to be Fist Fight, using the Fist Fight emblem to go punch them in the back of the head. Weirdly enough, your fist is the strongest weapon at that point, which should do over 100 by the time you get to Formido, which means that you can comfortably work in getting most of your ridiculously high-hitting emblems right at the very start by using those particular tiles. But yeah, so if it has an accuracy bonus or whatever else, that'll just add on top of whatever their natural accuracy is, and then for Knight of Lotus in particular, the element of that particular unit is going to go up or down depending on that tile. It's pretty significant on the ones that go 10 or higher. Anyway. Okay, let's see. I feel like there's some games out there that we should be heading towards. Middle ground between NetHack in some ways and Tactics Ogre and Mercenary Companies. That's actually what the Felseal people are currently working on. What the hell is it? Something Breakers. Hold on. Let me get the name real quick. Like Dusk Breakers, Dawn Breakers, something. Where is my wish list? This thing. Something Breakers is your name. Yeah, there are actually quite a few that were doing that. Pathbreakers, there we go. Pathbreakers, roaming blades. So that is basically like... I'm just gonna put the link. Just go wish list it, seriously. These are the same people that made Fellseal, so imagine like that combined with Battle Brothers. That's basically what that is. Go. Wham. There we go. There that guy is. He's still bitter about no Ward Lines content in Ivlis Chronicles. I'm still bitter that they haven't put a damn fast forward toggle on there. Just why? Why is it so hard to include a feature that they've included in like every other freaking game? It needs it more than most, and it just doesn't have it. Like they're just like, no, you gotta hold down R1, guys. It just won't be the same immersive experience if you don't hold down R1 and make your hand cramp up. Let's see. As is tradition, guest characters being insane, not in the good way. Sometimes. You just remembered how strong you can get by Formata. Oh yeah, that's why I had the. I don't know if anybody was here for those days, but that's why I had the. There was a thumbnail for how strong you could get in Night of Lotus, and it was just like Alphonse doing the like CrossFit truck tire lift. Because you can just get jacked as hell by the time you get to the first boss. It's great. Like genuinely, the pacing of that game is incredible. They'd love to have them help on something. Just give them ideas. They have a Discord. I mean, they just go hop on that thing. It would kind of be unplayable without speed up. Sometimes. But yeah, no. So as far as stuff that's been in the middle, like just stuff to generally keep an eye out for and whatever else, like we've actually had quite a few that did try a bunch of very interesting things in the genre. There's a few that I haven't gotten to, admittedly. But okay, here, let's just kind of talk about these, starting off with the stuff that I see on the wish list here, because there are a decent number of them here. I'm going to try to ignore the IRPGs, because I always end up talking about those as well. But you got stuff like Wildermyth, where it's like a TRPG, but it's very tabletop-esque. That one's basically like a D&D campaign kind of thing, but it's through this whole like pen and paper storybook kind of fashion. Really nifty game. I wish it went on sale more often. You got stuff, where the hell was it? I've heard good things about Chained Echoes. I haven't tried it yet. Not exactly a TRPG, but there's been a lot of good things coming out of Aethermancer. Heard kind of mixed stuff about Tactical Breach Wizards. Haven't really tried that yet. Also, that premise is kind of covered by XCOM 2 very, very well. Heard good... Well, I remember hearing good things about Knights in Tight Spaces, but apparently the reviews have crashed, so that's something. You had Metal Slug Tactics trying to do its whole thing. It's Metal Slug, but tiles now. Where's the one I'm looking for, though? Yeah, you got Kriegsfront trying to bring back classic Front Mission. One that gets overlooked a lot, SteamWorld Heist, which has a sequel at this point. Basically, like 2D vertical XCOM. Surprisingly interesting. A lot of its strategy comes from like ricocheting bullets and stuff. So you haven't tried Fate Tactics yet. Heard good things, though. Still surprised that Unsung Stories out there, if anybody remembers that one. Man. Yeah, Unsung Stories is a tragedy and a half. Ooh. One sec here. Change you, Berserker. I want to have at least one Berserker here. Explain why in a bit. So you do shield. We'll want this. Some certain situations, you specifically just need to have one big heavy hitter right there. Okay, let's go back to this list here. Skip over some of this stuff here. Oh yeah, Telepath Tactics. Yeah, that's the other thing. Telepath Tactics, as well as Together in Battle, also sometimes get missed. Just a lot of indies that are sort of comfortably in that pile of just, they don't look amazing, but look past that and you'll find something incredible. In which case, like, Together in Battle in particular is basically like a story-driven thing that still has permadeath. Your units are constantly interacting with each other, but like their hobbies, their backgrounds, everything else causes them to interact with each other, interact with the world around them, potentially causes them to be like away on sick leave or off doing stuff, or they maybe get arrested because they're in the middle of a scuffle, you know, right before you need them for a life or death tournament, and that kind of stuff is awesome. Like, it is really, really good. Okay. Let's see. Does any game need speed up more than KOL, though? If there is a way to keep the music while speeding it up, yes. Abso-frickin-lutely. Let's see. Cut this part out and make a video? Yeah, I probably should. Making shorts about various games might get traction. I probably should, to be fair. Let's remember, 235. Okay. Let's see. This is a pacifist run. He's not killing anyone, so it still counts. I mean, yeah, in many ways, it's kind of the way that the series is intended to be played. It's just you're always trying to manage keeping your units somewhat strong while still trying to not cause as many casualties as possible. Let's see, I 100% back Metal Slug Tactics and loved it, but you have to fight the bugs as much as the enemies. Ouch. Two-handed with wings and a bob. What? Okay. Sorry, going back to the previous list there. So yeah, if you've never tried Together in Battle, seriously, it's one of these ones that's hard to describe when you're playing it, but it's really worth looking into. Just because, like, imagine with what we've got right here, just like, oh, everybody's weapons potentially have a chance to break, but this also means that part of the money that you're using to fund everybody's, you're like, you constantly have to bankroll your army, you have to keep all their equipment up to date, so now suddenly you find out somebody has a background in repair, now they are way more valuable, now suddenly you're dedicating your more like elite fighters to try to protect them when your camp is getting raided, because potentially they're more valuable than the money that you're losing by not protecting part of your territory, because they're the ones maintaining all your stuff. Or you forget to resupply and somebody that's a baker might have just gone and made stuff in the background. Like, as much as I love stuff like Battle Brothers, TIB genuinely does a lot of stuff that is cooler in a lot of ways. Like, I wish it looked prettier so people would give it more of a chance, because seriously, it doesn't get the love it deserves. But yeah, it's really worthwhile. Okay. Also, hell, if you're unfamiliar, yeah, the Xenonauts 2 is also really good. Lost Islands also was covering that one a decent bit. Basically, that is directly like just like TRPG, a roguelike kind of thing. More roguelite, I suppose, but it's a very fun one to just sort of like sit down, run a quick campaign, get your ass kicked, do it again later. But yeah, there's a good number of things there. Obviously the classic of Fell Seal. If you wanted to do it as a permadeath mode, you can do that. You got several different things that came out of Rad Codex for the same thing, but anyway, going back to it though, let's go ahead and get this run going. The Lux is holding a game back to... Yeah, that's always such a bummer to see, though. Like, when it's literally just visuals, and it's just like... If you gave it more of a chance, it really is not... In most of these cases, it's closer to an acquired taste. See, we need a game like Battle Brothers, but just a few edits of the design and controls to be smoother. That's basically what Pathbreakers is. At least that's what it's looking like right now. Because, yeah, remember, it is the Fell Seal people that are doing that, so they know what they're doing. Here, let me see if I can swap to that window real quick. I mean, for that matter, here, let me just post the link again. Just look for yourself. Because as far as controls went, I have to say, Fell Seal in particular was very, very cozy to play through. Just in terms of controls and everything else. Even when they remade Battle Brothers on Switch, oddly enough, it controls a lot better than it does on PC. I'm not sure why the gamepad controls aren't the same. They should have been. It's kind of a strange decision that they didn't. But yeah, so definitely recommend that one. Okay, so minimum casualties once again on this one are going to be 1, but we're actually just going to try to run straight through the crowd here. Since Ravenous will, for the most part, end up getting herself in trouble. So as long as we make one straight line and just kind of stack people on through, this is a bit of a tried and true method here. I'm going to leave everyone else to do what they will. But all we really want to do is get a breach over on Mr. Dude Guy over there. And then stack numbers on him, which I think I should have 1 bottle left. See, speaking of, do you have any idea how well Reborn sold, especially compared to Tic Tacs? Strange as it sounds, so I don't have any exact numbers on this, and I don't know if anybody knows where to find them, but I have a sneaking suspicion Tor might have actually sold better, and the only reason I say this, FOT, obviously they put out their announcement saying that everything was, you know, going well, it sold more than they were expecting, sure, but as far as actual sales go, remember that the Tor remained on people's, it was on like Steam's most played list for like a month. Like it stayed up there for quite a decently long time and still kept getting more traction during that time. But I guess one way we could check is just based off of reviews, because people typically tend to leave a good amount of reviews. Let's go see. Storm page. Steam, never change. You start typing in tactics, it's first 3 suggestions or some random porn nonsense. Okay, let's see. So, FFT, let's see, has total of 4,000 English reviews. And Tor has, well, 2,098. Okay, well, maybe not. Maybe it sold twice as well, and I just got that completely wrong. I genuinely have no idea. But my guess is that yeah, they probably would have expected like Tor was again up there in the list for a decent while. Matsun already has the final chapter written. It would be such a shame if he never releases it. From what I understood, that's what they used to make OB64 and FFT, though. Like, was there a new update on that or something? Yeah, if some of these can be put to sleep, we can just walk right past them. Because, yeah, as far as I've seen, Matsuno was... Last few updates, I know that they were surprised how well FFT did. I know that he did his usual thing of posting more cats, as he does. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about any news on Episode 8. But I know that he mentioned that this series should well continue under somebody else's tutelage, which would be pretty nice. Like, again, the guy knows how to write like crazy, but like when it comes to game design stuff, some of the coolest stuff has always come from other people. I'm just saying. Like, genuinely, I was talking earlier about, like, Night of Lotus and OB64 had some of the coolest introductions and whatever else. You know, a lot of the FFT mechanics got refined like crazy when you had the Felseal people doing it. So it just would be cool to see more of that. Reborn outsold Ragnarok in both their debut week. However, Tic Tac says almost double the reviews. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's got more reviews, but I don't know necessarily if that tells us anything about sales directly. I mean, it's likely, but don't know for sure. See, what was the one game they announced? Shenmue 3. Imagine if TO had the new worse end of AI made out of the story. It actually had a non-AI comic book put out for its story a while ago. Back in, I think it was alongside the PSP release. Let's see, it says my contender under somebody else's thing, does not like KOL. It also says it's canon. Apparently some of that was mistranslation. So some of the more recent translations of all that stuff, they were saying it was something to the tune of, like, he just didn't, he just kind of more or less got grossed out by the idea of continuing somebody else's story. That's why he refused to acknowledge it. That being said, though, it does get acknowledged more than it seems. Like, even when they released the PSP version, which was back in the days when he was a bit younger and doing more stuff, there were a few KOL references thrown in there. Like, you actually saw what seemed to be the final area from KOL showing up in Coda 4, or I guess technically Coda 2. You got to see stuff like the Ambition description change to match what was there for KOL. So there were little bits and pieces that were thrown in there. Let's see. The dude should be working alongside people to explore the game in some way. He could just write the lore and design, not do real production on it for years until it becomes cheap enough to make it. Yeah, I mean, he should stick to what he does best. Yeah, that would definitely be very nice. Like, I think what kind of bugs me is that there's so much potential in this genre for basically, this is going to sound dumb, but an incompletable game. The reason that I say this is, like, imagine you had something like Tor, right? And going back to that previous idea of the quote-unquote, roguelike TRPG. Now, forget the kind of usual connotations of something like a roguelike thing. Think of it more from a tabletop perspective, okay? So you have this long campaign that can be failed at any given time. It is just like something like an XCOM campaign, but with a story, right? You kind of have, oh, whoops, wrong unit there. You vary up the story more, and you make it so that, like, things can only continue with those added choices. That things continue as they normally would be. The story continues as it goes. But as things goes on, like, you can't go back, you can't change things. If somebody dies, they're just dead. Adding more and more mounting pressure to each of these additional decisions, I think that would be a really cool way to end it, Make it so that it's genuinely like an actual feat to get to the end of it, not in terms of it being just like, some like badge of being able to get that far, but like how much stress it took to get there. Like, I don't know if anybody was there during the sort of like release time for something like Enemy Unknown. Like, that's what I personally really enjoyed about the XCOM series, Enemy Unknown in particular, because it felt like just getting to each of these additional chapters felt like this, just like this milestone, this achievement to get to, and it's one of the reasons I still treasure that particular version of that sort of overall type of game to this day, because of that first playthrough where I was insisting on playing it through on kind of like an Iron Man rule set there. I'm insisting on never loading anything, and so finally getting to the very end of it. It's not like that game's crazy difficult or anything, but finally making it to the end, seeing all of this ending for the first time. The story and whatever else was pretty nothing, but even in that scenario, it still felt like it just felt that much more emotional to get to the end of it. Now imagine if there was a story that genuinely could not be finished unless you were actively, playing the politics game, keeping all of your units alive. You actually have to care to make it to the end. I don't know. I just feel like that would be a much more sort of interesting approach to all of this. It feels like the only proper way to end the series, Like, if you have something, I guess the closest would be something like OB64, where you couldn't go and grind things up without having to use some of your very limited money. You, for the most part, couldn't grind additional cash along your way. You specifically had to just use whatever you had to get ahead. If a unit died, they were just dead. You had to train up a new one, potentially up from those little 3-unit soldier guys and whatever else. Seeing that expanded in scope to something like the story from this one feels like it would matter a lot more, It just feels like it would be a perfect sort of like a tabletop TRPG type of experience in a way. Anyway, I guess to some degree that's kind of what Banner Saga tried to be, but you also could redo fights, so I guess kind of the weird limiting factor is, again, it would have to be a bit like XCOM EU in that way, where it would have to be just difficult enough to provide a decent amount of pushback, but it can't be punishing enough that one single mistake ends like a 50-hour campaign, I guess one other aspect to it is to some degree, it almost felt like that's what they started making with the PSP version of this game. The reason I say this is because there's a lot of elements that point in that particular direction, and you can play it in this particular way too. Like the weirdly punishing armor system, the way that the things will go up very slowly if you're directly following the progression. Like, if you do the same thing as with, let's say, the later Fire Emblem titles, and you stick to just mainline progression, it feels very similar to the idea that I'm describing here. I mean, it does kind of fall apart a bit because TOPSP and stuff, but it has this very kind of like walls closing in type of feeling. Where everything is getting harder and harder. It feels like when stuff like Lotus finally shows up and whatever else, it feels when there's those upgrades and equipment from the opposing side there, it feels like there's this just massive disconnect between you and them. It feels like you're actually the underdog in those particular scenarios. And a lot of times games will just be afraid to put you in that scenario because they're afraid of people soft locking. Because, you know, people will bitch in Steam reviews. They always do. They'll always find a way. You could create the most perfect thing ever, and they would complain that it doesn't have more flaws. It's just kind of the nature of people. Still. Anyway. That was explained badly, but hopefully you get what I'm getting at here. I mean, I feel like that's a huge part of why people like stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 and whatnot. Where, yeah, like you said, it's about creating your own story. The thing is, that already is dipping into IRPG territory, and specifically, something like this has to stick to that sort of approachability thing. Where even something like XCOM 2 kind of steps away from it a bit too far, in my opinion. But it has to have that feeling that you can just sort of pick it up and play it at any time, just like a board game. And yeah, finding that balance is going to always be a little bit awkward. Let's say it would be extremely difficult, if even possible, to wrap up and conclude the Tactics Ogre series in one game. I mean, yeah, for sure. But still, it would be neat if they tried. The only reason I'm hitting those guys over there is to hopefully make this guy not use his heal. But we'll get that problem sorted out right now. There we go. Minimum casualties on that guy. But I mean, it doesn't even have to necessarily be related to any of this. I just personally would really like to see that idea explored in some way. You know? Like again, TIB was in many ways exploring in that same direction. The story doesn't necessarily go too many crazy directions or what have you, but it does have enough branches and variability that failing an objective does change how the story is playing out. And a little bit of a spoiler here, like, does anybody mind if I spoil a little bit of TIB to explain why it even matters? The Manish Weather did something, wasn't a complete joke in Reborn. Okay, well, I mean, it does do stuff. It does mechanically do things, but it just depends on whether or not it will come up. Most of the time, people are playing relatively optimized, so usually it won't come up that much. But, like, if you're under-leveled at all, your arrows will miss constantly. If you are doing a solo run, you can actually take advantage of the weather to give yourself a good bit of additional coverage. Like hiding nearby the water while also using the rain, you can get some really high dodge odds in solo. But okay, so with TIB, so Together in Battle there, a lot of it is building up to a culmination of several different storylines. It's a little bit like Legend of Mana in that way, where you have multiple different storylines kind of happening at once. You have your tournament arc, that's sort of the thing that's marketed. You have the investigation arc, and then you have the conspiracy arc. I don't know how related those second two are. They felt partially related, But anyways, so yeah, you have sort of an investigation you're looking into who tried to do an assassination at the very start. You have a tournament that you're trying to win, and your interaction between other teams and how they try to sabotage you and whatever else causes your team to potentially be damaged and or unavailable at certain situations, which sounds like it's scripted, but it's surprisingly freeform. Like, for example, let's say early on you run low on money and one of the other teams offers to buy somebody, you might find yourself fighting that same unit as a boss fight later. Stuff like that. There's a lot of little cool moments like that in that game. Like, if you lose somebody or they betray you or they defect or whatever else, there's a lot of stuff that can happen. You will see that paid off later. But, like, at the very end, you have an almost, like, Persona 4-esque kind of thing, in which if you correctly figure out who was behind certain things, and you try to get them arrested, the entirety of both teams is basically decided by everything you've done up to that point. So it's kind of a cool way to wrap things up. But genuinely, again, that game did a lot of what I'm describing here. It's relatively short. Even in its own continuity, it didn't try to tie itself in too much with the previous story from Telepath Tactics or anything. Like, it just sort of was its own arc, so to speak. So I don't know necessarily that it's something that they would go for something like this. But that concept of, just putting all that pressure towards any of these decision-making kind of games and putting all that additional pressure to really earn those good endings, it just feels like it needs to get used more. I mean, like, again, I love this game to pieces. I will just mention that, yeah, it definitely could have done more in that direction as well, and it already is known for doing quite a bit, so you know. Alright, anyways, we'll temporarily put you over there, put you over here, put you over here. I have any plumes? I do not. Okay. Might go badly immediately, but we'll see. Some of these to hitting power a little bit more defense. Oh, probably fine. I think he's at 6 or something at this point. Anyway, and we're almost towards the end of chapter 1. Surrender, and there's no harm. Yeah, he's at 7. All right, it should be relatively easy peasy. Everybody else distracts, wizards do the sleepies, and Mr. Birdman flies up and pops dude in face, and then we go home. Sure, what could be a problem here, but we'll just make her take a nap. Avatar early. I doubt he'll need it. Fine, and also, I forget, I think it was a little bit after this you can get a Divine Charm. I'll probably put that on him. This fight, every player went headfirst and got wrecked here? Oh, yeah. Abso-frickin-lutely, although this is also why I made several videos of, like, here you go, the minimum possible that you can be at this point, having never visited the shop. Here's how you handle it, and then just, like, the usual comments of, oh no, it's bullshit, I couldn't just, like, immediately win. Why game pushback slightly? It's not fair. I showed up to watch a movie. But then again, that's just like the genre in general, to be fair. Charm him. Moment. Attempt to recruit this one. Does Divine Charm this early do anything? Right now, not necessarily, but mostly what I want it for is because I want to run Canopus as that, so that later on, down the road, we have a Flying Divine Sharpie type. There's not very many of those Divine Charms around, so he's probably a good target for it. Now, if Kashra could just go ahead and take a nap, she has a tendency to screw this part up. Nope. Yeah, he's already going to be the biggest heavy hitter, and I figure once we get to somebody like Oz, if we can just dump everything onto Canopus and just have him double swipe the guy real quick, it would be a pretty decent way to go. I'm planning a little bit well ahead in this particular case, but figure it's a go. See, the thing about games is reinforcing that idea that choices matter. It's a little game in itself. And see, that's also partially why I was kind of advocating so much for something like Swords of Convaleria. Why it's so frustrating that it has that other set of mechanics that, you never really have to interact with, that caused it to be published in the first place. Because, frankly, I doubt they ever would have gotten anything remotely close to the budget that they did if they, just tried to release it in a typical way. Because even with the ability to restart things, your choices are just locked in at that moment permanently. So no matter what you do, you are going to be carrying through on that decision, and the results are genuinely interesting. I mean, I was mentioning this during the reviews and whatnot, but, like, you have those moments where you potentially can just go off script just to see what would happen, and it just adapts to the stuff that you did. Like, oh, you said that you were going to kill off that guy. I mean, or rather, you said that you weren't going to kill off the guy because those were your orders, but then you proceeded to send people to go kill the guy out of curiosity. Well, here you are in the cutscene killing that guy off. You did not follow your orders, actually. It was never listed anywhere that this was something that you can do, but you can. So I personally just really like that, because, again, it just meant that you could go off script and do weird things and try weird things, and it just stuck with it. I mean, you still, again, didn't have permadeath or anything, but your exact team was a perfect representation of everything that you did. Everything that you did up to that point. Every day is spent training your people in particular ways. Sometimes this means that you're training them to use different new skills or something. Sometimes it means that you're working on stats. Other times you're sending them out to go gather resources for your town or something. But it gives this constant, permanent feeling of progression when somebody's tired or unavailable or whatever else. Again, similar to what XCOM 2 did, but because it's all just locked in full time, it tends to feel like it matters a lot more. It's like your characters after a certain point, And again, I wish it did come out as a standalone thing, that it wasn't tied to this predatory bullshit on the front end of it, because genuinely the thing itself is incredible. It sucks that it's attached to the rest of it. I mean, it's just annoying because it's, obviously the first answer is always going to be like, well, you can just avoid doing those things. Yes, ideally, sure, absolutely. But those kinds of practices, I've seen people's lives fall apart. I've seen marriages fall apart. I've seen all kinds of things happen from those stupid predatory mechanics before. And it sucks because there is such a good thing in there. And it just, it gets overshadowed by being attached to this other idea there. Alright. I'll put some of these dudes for a nap. There you go. So Canopus gets her 10 now. By now, I believe it's up to 11, yes. I might be after the next one, but I think it is now, yeah. But this is usually a pretty cozy time to go get this done.
To steal not only lives, but the very dignity of repose. You fiend.
That's one of his very few lines. See, time is a great element in games and oftentimes overlooked and undervalued. Yes. But seriously, genuinely speaking here, if you are looking for that kind of experience of just, TRPG that constantly sticks with your decisions and whatever else, yes, I know it's a phone game. Yes, I know it's got that other stuff attached to it. Look, it's sort of Convaleria sometimes. The intro is dumb. The intro is genuinely stupid. Once you get past that intro and forget that the three main plot characters exist, the rest is incredible. Which is a really weird set of things to be attaching to something right from the get-go. But seriously, those three characters do absolutely nothing all story. What are they there for? Apparently they've expanded them in some story bits. and the one bit where they have sort of like a noir detective section, like they have all these standalone story expansions that explore different mechanics. So they had one that was the backstory of one of these three main characters of like back when they're in the medieval equivalent of the police academy in what is totally not underfunded LA from the future, but it's also in the medieval times or whatever. And so what they had for this one was yeah, they were basically doing XCOM Chimera Squad but better. so yeah, just it's really worth checking out. It's such a bizarre shame that it's locked to where it is. Really can't say more than that on that one. Like it should be a standalone game of some description. Like if it was regular full price on Steam or something, it would be worth it. Like genuinely, if there was a choice between SOC's regular single player and a choice between anyways, like let's say it came out for like, you know, somewhere between $40 to $60. Genuinely, if it was just that Spirals mode by itself, I think it would be easily worth full price. Like without any question whatsoever. It is a very, very good game. Not to mention the mechanics that they play around with on that one are again in that pile of kind of undervalued. It's like the progression in it has this thing where you set people aside to go train for things. Again, XCOM 2 did it too, for sure. But it's just kind of nifty to be like, okay, so somebody's going to go take a week off in order to go train a particular skill, so you don't have them available for a while, and then you're just rotating people out in order to train them different things instead of just, you know, directly leveling people up or whatever else. You basically all are just at whatever level they're at, and then you have different training regimens, you know, for stats or skills or equipment or whatever else. It just feels great, you know? Anyway. Man, now I really want to cover that one again. Alright. Yeah, I remember the most recent run-through I was doing of it was this cool case where I was trying a different route. The story played out entirely differently from every other time that I played through because everything changes completely after you do the initial route split. And then you got like a bunch of little sub-splits in between those route splits. It makes more sense in context. Anyway. So, with all of these different splits taking place, I was going down a route that I hadn't seen before, and there was a case where I had some people that were off training, some people that were off making money, and essentially the fact that the people making money got delayed and never made it back caused a lack of funds that resulted in a famine that resulted in a permanent stat loss for that entire campaign because of the fact that everybody was starving. Like, again, it's nifty. Okay. Let's see. Should barely be able to hit this guy. Excellent. Just about done here, and then as soon as we're done with the chapter, I think we can wrap it up for tonight. It is getting a little bit later than I thought. Here, 2 on timers currently. No particular worries, and technically nobody that gets knocked down here counts as anything. Also, funny note, in terms of other moments where they artificially just kind of screwed around with stuff, and just to see if you'd notice, most of these zombies here, aside from the ones that you would actually want to recruit, actually come in with less stuff than usual. It gives them a very small speed boost, but also makes them a more tempting target. See, want a game where I can be a wrestler? It's a mercenary band helping guard a wrestler traveling the world looking for fights. You just go play Dwarf Fortress. Like the standard Dwarf Fortress experience. An RPG where that's a viable path. Again, Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. Like, that's not even an exaggeration. Genuinely, like, it's got a wrestling system that's so deep that you can individually pick, like, what limbs and stuff you're grappling with what other limbs and stuff. And it's even funnier when it's like, oh, you got a wrestler that's on a on like a, I think it was like a cursed biome or something like that. And so they you know, they go wrestle a zombie, they rip its arm off. The arm comes back to life as its own separate entity. Oh man, the simulation in that game is amazing. Resolve to fight? Oh yeah. War Fortress is one of the weirdest experiences ever, and if you've never experienced it, you have to. Like, yeah, the Steam version is crazy pricey right now, but I'm sure there's old free version somewhere. I'm gonna think of it, do they still call it like Slaves to Armok or something in the Steam version, or never actually checked? Okay. So there's that part done. What we got all those experience charms for. Okay, yeah. There is a divine charm. We're gonna slap that sucker on you. Probably should wait. I don't feel like it. Okie dokie. So with that stuff away. Over here. Dwarf Fortress, I can only read lore, but can't play it. Like, wait an hour loading up the 6,000-year-old history you can read. Yeah, there was this one channel that made for some really, really interesting stories there. I don't remember what in the hell it was called, though. It's like they had in just... They more or less just had an entire movie out of every playthrough that they did. Probably go for Birda this time around. Usually what you want to do here is just kind of grab whichever bird happens to go forward. If it's possible, you grab the lizard on the bottom. I think we're just going to skip that for speed's sake. Put an avatar up, just to give the casters a bit of a chance. Normally what you want to do is just kind of bait one of them to get in close. You try to dodge, block, tank, whatever else. They end up getting close, you surround them with whatever you got, and then just go from there. It's really going to help very much here, but see what happens. There. Here. War Fortress, I can only play. Oh yeah, right. We used to share stuff like that, and Real Game on Reddit. War Fortress needs that Fallout style ending slide. See what happened to everybody. You kind of just read through the action log and you tell the story yourself on that one. Yeah, usually it's too much to tell exactly what happens. So yeah, buff cards are all we need for this one. There we go. There's Ice Blast 2 gotten. This is normally what you'd want the tamer for, because you can chuck a bottle on them, and then immediately bows can do their business. Unfortunately, the tamer was just not in the cards this time. Poison does a pretty decent number here, but that also was not feeling happening today. Apparently. Yeah, everyone died in that giant thing that was under the fort the entire time, and you mined it by flooding everyone with lava. That's how it ends. I mean, I had one that I remember I was building an entire wall around the fortress. I had everything completely walled off. I had a bunch of ballistas and stuff staring into one particular hallway that I thought was the only way in. And then just somebody randomly went to go collect a rock or something, and it caused a small collapse. It caused all of the rocks in a particular corner to fall through, and then an entire invasion came through the kitchen because somebody needed a rock for something. It's always something stupid. But that's also part of the fun. There's another one. There's like a were-zebra. Like a were-giraffe or something that just sort of hung out there. Oh, there's just like little red notification every now and then, like, oh, there's a were-giraffe or zebra or whatever the hell is just in the fortress. They're going to do something. And then they just never did anything. They just sort of were there. And that's all they ever did. They just kind of lived there now. But, eh. Are you the coffee durian guy? Wait, what? Coffee durian? Wrong plant for fine. I mean, if you call somebody a kumquat, it at least sounds like a insult. Okay. $114 or a breach. I feel like 114 probably. Casters are doing well enough and normally don't have two casters at the moment. It's not two direct casters like this. Probably should be rolling for poison, but it's fine. So yeah, so one guy was doing organization with some new chests that was made and somehow got everyone killed. It's just like some evil type. Oh no! It probably was a trading fiasco. Yeah, I had one of those happen too. It's like if so, what happens is normally you make everything out of stone or whatever else. But if you have no stone or you're not mining very much, you make stuff out of wood. And if there's elves around, it pisses them off because they're just like mega hippies. So if you end up pissing them off, they might just decide to invade you because you dare to make something out of their sacred trees. But yeah, you try to sell something like that to them. They're like, "Oh, is that furniture made out of trees?" And then I guess their equivalent of, you know, pouring red paint on somebody would be like drowning them in maple syrup or something. I have no idea. But still. So remind me again how many party members you can have max. In this one, 12, unless you're spamming a recruit, in which case, like 30. What do Vikings do again? Berserkers essentially just stack physical damage bonuses. Depending on where you are, you start off with a Berserk, which is a 30% physical bonus, and it attacks in a sweep around you, which then can stack with a Sanguine for another 50%, which then you can stack a Breach for another 50%, you can stack an Averse for another 15%, and so on and so forth. They're usually the thing to kill stuff by hitting it once. You're familiar with the FE weapon triangle thingy? To some degree, yeah. I mean, I personally miss the old GBA games of that one, but yeah, this does not do that sort of thing. It's more of an element circle. Let's see. Do you think more tactics games could benefit from such rock, paper, scissors things? It comes down to whether or not it feels natural. Like, in FE it works because it's simple enough and you have a wide enough variety of units that it kind of feels natural and you can still sort of brute force your way through. Sometimes it gets to be a bit too much. Wrap this up real quick. Just one sec here. See, I wish there was a one-word term for the rock, paper, scissors, triangle thing. Yeah, the freaking triangle. Is Necromancer class you can be in this game? Yes, you can, but later. You can be a Necromancer, but depending on your route, you get them anywhere between Chapter 3 to the post-game. Anyway. And yeah, if you want zombies before then, you can do that in this version. Okay. But yeah, no, as far as whether or not more should use it, it depends if it's used properly. Like if it relies way too much on it to the point that you can't do anything else, it just gets annoying. Like it has to be a sort of like ideal way, but there have to be other ways for it to work. Like let's say GBAFE, a kind of era there, it ended up working particularly well because the fights were, you know, they weren't exactly huge. They controlled everything that you had along the way. You could still strategically isolate and surround things and whatever else to make it work. That's why things like, you know, randomizer permadeath runs and stuff like that are possible. So if it has a good enough map for stuff like that to work, it can work just fine. Like in this particular case, this is something that this one did as well, where certain elements have situational advantages against each other, but there's a lot of ways to turn that around. So like let's say you have a fire unit attacking a ice unit, they're going to have an advantage, but let's say that ice unit then also has a whip that has a water finisher that might counter punish them just as well. So it gives you a chance to think about coverage, you know, counters to things that you already have. Like let's say in this particular case they were being hit by a water thing, they can put on an automatic water shield that might potentially give them less offensive potential, but might cover up one of their weaknesses a decent bit. If it's something that's interesting to think about from a build perspective, it helps. If it's just there because it's the right way that you're supposed to go do it, then it just becomes boring. Like is it another tool in the toolbox, or is it just the puzzle piece that solves the puzzle entirely? Wish there was an octopus town? Well, at least Horizon's Gate has a crab town. Seriously, crab town's hilarious. Let's see, like an octopus with a mustache and a hat was mayor? Alright, let's see if I remember right. 2014, last time I played, you as Necromancer can't raise the dead. Yeah, you can. You have a unit that gets knocked down, you raise them as an undead unit. Red Pokemon Conquest? Nope. Question is, what is the original reason for the design decision? Exactly. Hats and animals are amazing. Yes, actually going back to what I was saying earlier about, SteamWorld Heist. You can shoot hats off everything, and then you collect their hats. The finishers make it the weapon's element, right? Or is it normal attacks? So here, let me go ahead and save it real quick and then load up a different save to show you. Let's say... this one up real quick. Right, attitude, exactly. Okay, so like let's say we got units with different finishers over here. So when it does, a neutral one will use the same element as the unit themselves, and it'll basically have a different intensity depending on the attack itself. So let's see, something like Overwhelm is something like triple their normal attack, but it's going to use the element of the unit themselves. Or Double Fang might be a double attack, and depending on the situations, sometimes a weaker thing with more hits might be more beneficial. Sometimes it's the other way around. A lot of these things are situational. Something like Shadowpin over here, for example, isn't really used for damage. It's used for causing something to be hit with a stop, which is good as a sort of defensive measure to hit something and run away. As far as counters go, these essentially will hit really hard on a particular element. So like let's say this thing hits punches earth units really badly, this one hits water very badly, this hits dark units very badly. And these are always going to be typically the highest overall thing that you can hit something with, but then you also have to consider, for example, that this isn't the only answer. Sometimes one particular element might just be having some sort of beneficial effect going on. Like let's say something is hit by air reverse, this might just automatically do better even though he's personally getting a penalty on account of being an earth unit, but situationally that unit is breached, hit by air reverse, this is going to be very heavily boosted. Alright. Anyways, point is, Sometimes you care about these coverage options. Sometimes it's there for the purpose of debuffs. They all have a wide variety of different situations where they might be helpful, so you're more or less working on building up a toolbox rather than having direct exact counters for everything. If that makes sense. Okay, y'all remember that one time Metal Gear had a tactics game? It actually had 2, and Acid 2 is one of my favorite things ever. It's so good. It's so dumb, but it's so good. It has no reason to be as good as it is. It's basically like a deck builder SRPG that you can summon friggin' mechs. It's great. In a stealth game. Like, you can stealth through the entire thing. You can just Rambo through the entire thing. You can just do all kinds of just friggin' 007 crap to get your way through. Just like turn off all the lights in a building immediately. Give yourself immediate night vision. Just, put everything in the room to sleep. It's awesome. Let's see. Do weapons have damage types in this game? Technically, but they don't really matter. Technically, this thing over here where it says it has slashing damage, what it really means is that it has a 12% physical bonus. Slashing, crushing, piercing is basically the same thing. All of these armors pretend like they have a certain defense against that particular thing. Realistically, these all average out to more or less canceling out the physical bonus on a weapon. It's rare that this number over here will ever matter. That's mostly flavor. The elements do matter, though. So, yeah. For the most part, armor cancels out physical bonus on weapons. Again, you can try and mix and match these all you want. It doesn't matter. Which is funny because, it matters so little that there is technically a bug in the system where your armor will always use the damage type of your weapon rather than the thing that's hitting you. And it took months before anyone even noticed, and even then, you'll still occasionally see people writing an angry review or whatever else because they read that this is technically a thing that's in the game, but they cannot actually explain why it's an issue whatsoever, because it isn't. It will never come up. This is like, okay, in this particular case, he uses a slashing type of weapon, so it's got, 8%, 9%, 10% slashing, but also crushing is 1, 3, 8, and now we're up to 9. And for piercing, we've got 4, we've got 8, we've got 14, and then we've got 15. So at most, it's a 5% of a certain subtype of the actual damage that the thing's doing, because this is an extra that's added on somewhere along the lines of the calculation. I'm tired, I can't remember. But it's just like a subtype of a subtype. This will never, ever, 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 ever matter to anyone ever. Anyway, how much resistance does a burst status shred? It multiplies damage from that element by about 15%, and it is very, very useful. See, the verse is useful, people act like it isn't. Yeah, you can stack it really well with certain things. Do y'all remember when they made MGS5 like that? What's wrong with the developers? Wait, like what? Let's see, Kojima needs to make a tactics game again. Please make Acid 3. Seriously, 2 was so good. It's been decades and they haven't made another one. What made the characters... They made the characters so joyless and lack whimsy? Man, I'm remembering the monkey guy that sold guns right immediately, and I haven't even played that thing. Say, explain defensive elements on your weapons. Okay. Armor and weapons, for the most part, cancel each other out until, like, the post-game. There you go, that's explained. So the damage types of weapons is mostly related to the weapon type. Dude, just... Here's what matters on your weapon, okay? It gives you these finishers. Okay? If, let's say, it's a wind element weapon and a wind user, they're going to hit a bit harder with it. You don't even get these weapons until the very end of the game. Most of them are in post-game. Okay? For the most part, a weapon is just a weapon, armor is just armor. These two, for the most part, cancel each other out unless they have some special effect, like these boots let this guy walk on water, lava, or let's say, something like something like these will have a spell slot that they'll unlock for you, like they'll just give you a few casts of a spell or something. You can technically min-max some stats and stuff like that. But for the most part, the finishers and debuffs and stuff like that you're using, that's what really matters here. Anyways, let's go back to save that I have. Yes, there we go. They don't use TP. Yes, everything is merged into MP at this point, but all the same rules from before apply. So, for example, if you hit somebody, they generate MP. If you hit them, you generate MP. And this does mean that, for example, something like a Swordmaster, if they have Preempt, they essentially can Preempt in order to build up MP to then use their dances, which they can then use from a better position to then automatically have a free Preempt in order to rebuild more MP for their next turn. A lot of this stuff tends to flow together pretty well. Oh, yeah. Alright. Anyway. Now. Yeah, what's neat about this game, though, is that most of its kind of interactions happen more or less in the background, so it's pretty easy to just sort of pick up and do things, and these little subtleties, like, for example, putting on elemental shields on people or whatever else to cover up some of their weaknesses or stuff like that, it has a tendency to not necessarily be something that has to be at the forefront of your mind at all times. You can pretty much always adapt to something different. So in this particular case, we are going to go ahead and buy these. Overhead on hand. Go ahead and get an air shield. A water attack here. Get yourself a shield. See, are there like parlay skills in this game? FTA just caused them to yeet out of the battle when successful. Yes, that would be like these right here. Apparently did not put on this lady because I am apparently smart today. But yeah, stuff like recruit or coax or whatever else, when used on a particular unit, when they're on low health, will essentially cause them to join your side. At which point, if you just tell them to leave at the end, they will hand over all of their items and equipment. So it is basically a dual-purpose instant steal of all of their stuff, as well as giving you a permanent unit, which you can also rename if you. When you say as pacifist as possible, do you mean like ending the battle with them inflicted with stop or petrify? I mean like lowering the casualty count as much as possible. Like, for example, right now, there was effectively one leader that had to be killed off for most of the maps in Chapter 1. Later on, there's a lot more that will simply run away once they're beaten. So this tends to stay fairly low. It's unavoidable to that you have to kill off everybody that you run into from Lotus, because they are basically invading the island there. And the way that the game's casualty counter works is that if there's any casualties and you are present, it automatically counts them as your fault. That is by design. The way that they described it is that if anybody, heard that their relatives were going to a particular location, you were the one that was there, and you were the only one that walked away. You are therefore responsible in their eyes. So, anyway. Let's see if only false swipe is a move in this game. Interestingly enough, it was. They specifically changed it in this one, because it technically did exist through the shot grenades, which were a harmless flashbang in the PSP version, and then they made them scale with physical bonuses in this one, so they actually were useful as an item. They just don't technically flashbang anymore. Yeah, this is just the better way to do it. Let's see, it's a steal. People forget that. Yep. If you only do objective and such. How about death by traps and poison? It still counts, because you were present and you were the only one that walked away. Is Doom in this game? Not really. Alright. Now then, let's go ahead and load you up with stuff. Throw air shield to cover your weaknesses. One of these. Noticed I actually forgot a thing. Fire shield for you. One more.
Good day.
And shield. The journalistic perspective of this game, historian with a variety of tales? Yes. It's a good time. You need a lightning shield, not a fire shield. That was my bad. Alright, you're a wizard, not a fencer. Ah. Well, yeah, I'm just tired. Okay. These. And there's a lot of little things that are here for reasons that may seem out of place. Like, for example, something like concentration. Technically speaking, something like the Valkyrie cannot cast any debuffs, so the ability to boost debuffs seems like it's a bit iffy, but their equipment selection does actually allow them to specifically equip a bunch of things that have spell slots later on. So you can actually use this to pretty great effect later on to create a dedicated debuff caster. Save that there, and just do the last fight here, which is going to be Musa. Alright. Too late for me to read fantasy names I can't recognize? Yep, fair enough. It is very late. This is going to be the last one for tonight. Because, yeah, I need to be getting some sleep too. Remind me again if shield blocking is a thing in this game. Yes. Just use one of the items that I have on most of the team here. So that's what oftentimes gets missed. And I personally really appreciate this change that they did in this one. So, like, you get this thing right over here. They added a locked-in dodge percentage. So, for example, by default, most things are going to hit because everybody there is a professional, right? So by default, what would end up happening is that they're probably going to hit. Like right now, arrows are a lot less likely to hit on account of the rain that's coming down, so they have a locked-in percentage that's being reduced accuracy whenever firing a ranged thing in the rain. When it comes to dodge percentage, it's going to have at least 20% chance to dodge in that situation. And let's say you put somebody in a water tile, so like you knock them down, they're in the water. You're on land, that is also going to be another locked-in percentage that is going to be affecting their accuracy. Then let's say you hit them with something with Fall Strike, that is also another locked-in bonus, and you can just kind of keep stacking stuff like this. So for damage or accuracy or whatever else, there's a lot of options for putting those things together. So yeah, it feels very slick to do those particular types of playthroughs, or to do those particular types of maneuvers there. Let's see, is it like a Turbo MP thing in the TA games? Trying to remember exactly which version of that one did. I've got stuff like Conserve MP over on Valks. That's the one that ends up casting for free. As far as, oh yeah, overcharging. Arguably you could say that's what oracles and liches do. Or sorry, shamans and liches do. Where they get a 50% bonus if using particular types of abilities. So, night there, New Dark Energy. Have a good evening. And I love the violin build-up in this section of the song. So, I still need to play through again. Pre-ordered Diabolus Chronicles, but I haven't touched it yet. Yes, it actually got an update yesterday. It was technically an update. Sure about TA2, but in TA, Turbo MP increases accuracy to any ability. Yeah, that's what concentration does in this one. It's locked in minimum 30% hit odds and additionally a 30% bonus to all accuracy. Which means that, for example, in the post-game where stuff's running around with a 10 to 20 level advantage over you, even if their stats completely blow yours away, you'll always have at least minimum 30% hit odds. And yeah, before somebody says it, yes, I know I'm using completely minimized short bows over here. There's a reason for that. We're primarily going to have to recruit everything on this map. Yeah, past the fist run sounds like... I'm not sure if that was intended to be dirty or not, but anyway. How much does weather affect the battles? I think it increases slipping odds, but I'm not certain on that one. But what it definitely does do is it reduces ranged accuracy a decent bit. Right now, we've got plenty of advantages to the point that it completely overcomes that particular situation. But if you were, let's say, just going straight forward and not making use of any of that, you would generally see your accuracy drop pretty significantly. Like, one thing that gets missed a decent bit is this thing automatically puts in what was originally balanced around the true skills. Like, before you would put in True Strike or True Fight or Spell Strike or something like that, and you would just sort of have that as part of your passive skill list at all times. By a lot of the PSP version was just all passives all the time. But one of the things that it does here is that it just assumes that you have all of those already on there. So yeah, stuff actually actively has to make you miss rather than just missing randomly all the time, which was annoying. Anyway. The reason why monks in fantasy games tend to use proper martial arts is because... Make it that you don't pay taxes? I mean... Not sure what that has to do with martial arts, but okay. Anyway, say hello, Mr. Raven. Love your guides. I'm going to do your team of Dagger with skill up, wielding Fusiliers, just steamrolling through most of the content because the Peacetimer guide. Glad to help. Yeah, I really like what they did with shots in this one. See, does not moving allow you to start your next turn sooner? Yes. So, the way that it works is when you start off your turn, you have a certain amount of recovery time based off of your class and the person themselves. That's this number on the top left here. So that's just the number that they'll start off with, but every tile that you move, as well as every action that you take, will add up. Like, let's say you used this. This would give you an extra 15 recovery time. Let's say he swung his weapon over here. That would give an extra 20%, an extra 20 recovery time. And let's say he, moved 4 tiles. That would potentially give him another, 16 recovery time over here. So, depending on how you do it, yes, it can cause your numbers to go up quite a bit. I mean, hooligans becoming monks. I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that. I mean, I know a relative that has found Jesus to get out of trouble. I don't even point. Not necessarily just people becoming monks or martial artists or whatever else. It's a very easy get out of anything free card for a lot of people. That tactics game should have recovery times for different actions. I mean, they do, and it makes sense. Also, kind of depends on whether or not it actually would help in that particular context. Like, for example, if you look at what XCOM 2 did, they had several boss units that are able to act every time that you use one of your actions. Which basically just means that anytime that you run into one of those, disabling them and making use of a bunch of free actions is typically the way to go. This leads to some pretty interesting fights there. Somebody's trying to figure out how to instantly beat a boss in, a microsecond. Otherwise the thing's just going to eat everybody alive. Has this annoying issue called action time because it causes things like item use and magic to feel slow. I don't know. I still need to get into that one at some point. It's been on the list since forever. I'm trying to pick up a couple of physicals here because existed by here. Probably should have put the zombie in this one. See, those cards usually just give buffs. Yeah, so they're kind of situational buffs. They used... Everything that these cards do used to be passives. So, like, instead of, for example, somebody having Strengthen, somebody having Fortify, and the two canceling each other out, instead, let's say somebody that has high movement might be able to secure to go up and secure a physical card and a crit card or something like that. Get a pretty big bonus, but it's only for that moment. They can carry up to 4 cards with them at any given time, which can then be used. Essentially, if you pick up a 5th one, starts replacing them down the pile. Yeah, the sort of end result of all of it is that you basically have this kind of customizable card pile that allows for weird hybrid builds and stuff like that to work, which previously absolutely did not. So, for example, if you wanted somebody to be, let's say, a hybrid Valkyrie type of thing, which is what this one is right here, what you'd wind up with is that somebody is with somebody that, let's say, had arrows that completely bounced off of things, spells that completely bounced off of things, physical attacks that completely bounced off of things, and very limited healing abilities. So whereas in this one, because elements are built in and not something that you have to rank up, they're able to use any of their abilities right away without too many issues. Anyways, stuff like, for example, instead of having to spend hours upon hours grinding up a skill there, instead they just are that particular element, just better at doing that particular thing and that particular situation, and or, like, let's say if they have a bonus sword available, let's say they find a physical bonus, that immediately makes those function better. If they find a casting bonus, that might make their casting side work a little bit better. Just, it's all kind of situational. That's what I'm trying to get at here. And in terms of them randomly showing up, you can actually spawn your own, depending on different things. So, like, let's say if you throw a rock at a crate or something, you'll find one inside. There's a few different ways you can do that. Yeah, you can probably already hear, starting to fizzle out a little bit here. So why we're wrapping it up after this one. Now, why do these characters with unique portraits have slightly better starting stats? Yeah, they do. But your generics are going to do just fine. Yeah, generally speaking, stats don't matter nearly as much as elements and buffs and debuffs in this one. So it's like you may get a level off of, you may get some stats off a level. It's like, 1-2% of a bonus, and then you end up going and doing the same thing with, let's say, an elemental advantage. That's already up to 30% of a bonus. You put on a breach, another 50%, versus another 15%. It's not even close to what you're getting off of buffs and debuffs. It's almost an attempt at a levelless RPG, but they do still stick to levels for part of it. It would have been cool to see them go full bore with it, make it so that levels are entirely just not a thing in it, but it is what it is. And yeah, you can farm stats, absolutely. And by the time you can do that, you can make your own custom classes and everything. You can merge classes together to get different skills that otherwise were not supposed to be possible. It's kind of nifty. Don't crit, don't crit, don't crit. Thank you. Man, they're just not feeling it tonight. These three can get stunned. I completely forgot to put what I'm doing this guy. Get healed up a little bit. I'm not again if they can equip sub-abilities. I mean, what kind? Like, yes, depends on what we're counting as a sub-ability. They get 4 slots to put in any of what their class can do, whether it's, you know, particular weapon skills, range extensions, MP generation skills, anything like that. On paper, it's less than before, but a lot of their previous passives and things got built into just stuff like their equipment. It does keep it relatively basic for the very beginning, but past this point, like once you hit around Chapter 2, that's when you got all your passives pop. Regular equipment, that's where you get crafting options that allow you to put debuffs on weapons and stuff like that. Protect and reflect statuses, yes. Most of the stuff you'd find in Final Fantasy or something, you'll find here in a different version. Like, reflect exists, but it depends on kind of what you count as a reflect. So, like, like, let's say magic reflection kind of thing. A lich will go and do that in a cloud around them at the start of their turn, whereas something like a physical reflection is something that a golem or dragon has as a passive ability that they can trigger automatically on themselves. That might not have been the best way to go. Not. She needs to get the hell out of here. Last I checked, clerics cannot really cast wizard spells. Well, no, but they can put on items and let them do that. Ah, shoot! I just noticed I didn't take a recruit chance there. Like I said, kind of mentally fizzling at the moment. This guy, because he's poisoned. Alright. First tile is probably the Vale, the most red mage of the team. Yes. And yeah, in terms of whether or not they're able to do certain things, it depends. So, like, let's say you had a cleric there, you wanted them to do other abilities, you could always put items on them. Like, a pretty standard one is to put a Caldia on them, which lets them charm things a few times. They get some defensive items that are able to do the same. They're not really particularly meant to do that sort of things. You also have one-time use items that are able to do something similar, just different grenades or what is effectively a magical rocket launcher. There's a few different versions of that kind of stuff. Yeah, for the most part, classes primarily stick to what they're kind of already meant to be doing. Get this lady out of here. It's good. Risked it with poison for the... Are gravity spells a thing? Not really, no. Surprisingly enough, the mechanic is there, it's just not used in that particular way. Primarily, the percentage mechanics are used for specific healing items, although that is actually part of the reason that they were able to be put into the One Vision mod. They just sort of did the same thing, but in reverse. Down. And yeah, a lot of things just sort of work in oddly specific ways, so like you'll notice the arrows are bouncing off here. There's somebody that has low skill, has a very weak weapon going against fairly standard armor. But if there's anything that tilts those numbers, that multiplies sort of range damage taking place there, they tend to scale up very, very quickly. There's a lot of things that are just sort of situational. You kind of learn to pick up on the interactions as you go on. Play Decimate with issues. Are we talking about Tang? Try and be careful here. At any point, they can also just crit and take somebody out, and then it's just reset time. Going. These random units are just going to sit over here because I don't want to risk a counter. Remember trying TO, the Game Boy one, being able to slink spells feels very good. Yeah, for the most part. They definitely had a lot of heart behind what the different classes could do in that one. I kind of wish that they would lean more on that. It's kind of for the series as a whole. Like I was talking about this way earlier in the stream here, but that sort of like B team that they had working on those ones, they had a lot of really good ideas. Fortunately, don't get explored enough. Yeah, for that one, there was just a lot more kind of dedication put into making sure that there wasn't as much overlap between characters. So, like, for example, let's say you had somebody that was a witch, they had to specifically go out of their way to, let's say, flirt with somebody to get all of their, like, fascination ability and whatever else to even unlock the witch in the first place, because they were supposed to be the, like, flirty debuff caster sort of thing. They were meant to be, you know, the sort of, like, mind-screwing archetype there, which was very interesting. You know, they had to live up to their role before they unlocked the class, and same thing for something like a Valkyrie. They had to stab 2 units with a spear at once. It was just neat. There's a lot of that. But yeah, the spells in that one did feel very good. They had a lot of the rules that they sort of locked in for later versions. So, for example, the PSP version carried over one of the rules that one had in terms of how the overheads worked, that they weren't technically dodgeable. They technically missed, but they weren't dodgeable. Here. Timeout corner for everybody that turned trader, I guess. Very close to done here, only a few more to go. And since somebody seems to ask every time, yes, technically your odds do go down when you ask, but you can get it up to like a maximum of 40% anyway, it's fine. So one quick second here. Okay, let's wrap this up. So that one. This. So, anyways, seeing a few comments earlier, by the way. Speaking of just kind of different versions of all these games and whatever else, I was just thinking, as far as 64 goes, like, I would figure as far as ones that directly wanted to remake, like KWell 64, those were probably some of the more conceptually interesting in the entire series. But, like, just thinking about what a tour-style remake would end up looking for those particular ones, it just feels like the possibilities are absolutely insane. Like, let's say something like KOL, right? In that particular instance, just simply expanding on the emblem system there alone would be enough for a lot of people to go and revisit a lot of things there. You know, changing a lot of the multiplayer stuff to things you would regularly already do in game and what have you. You know, maybe just ones for having certain encounters. You know, like, let's say if you ended up getting the like Labina encounters or whatever else earlier on. Just feels like there's a lot of things that they could have tweaked with even just the emblems alone to give that one a lot of replay value. I mean, if they just changed a few numbers with how legions worked in 64, you'd potentially have a lot of additional value there. Like, it's funny that the legion mechanic, for how much the game's built around it, just shows up and basically is relevant for only a little bit. Pretty much disappears as fast as it came. Like, many of the big set piece maps, you can't even use the thing on. It was just really bizarre thinking about it. Anyway, yeah, kind of just rambling while we wrap this up here. So yeah, what do you guys think? Are any 64 fans here at all, or no? For most of the rest of these, it shouldn't be too free. Kinda sucks that one crit kind of potentially throws all of this in the trash. Alright, there's more. That was dangerous. For a second there, I thought they were going to hit that archer that's low. Which isn't as much of a problem right now, but once we hit 2, then it's possible to start mass-producing a lot of materials. Not really that worried about resources right now. We're well beyond fun. This is about as limit gets. More. Liking how that's looking. We can't exactly have anyone going down on side either. Just a matter of holding back on their side there. Attempt to keep the kill meter as low as possible. That's basically the ideal approach there. Fruit and then immediately turn around and heal. Possible. So why put them asleep and immediately up? Really want to be doing there is making them waste their turn. So if they're came up, perfect. Dodge just in case. Sounds low, but it's not nothing. Thankfully, these scenarios become increasingly rare as time goes on. So, the reason why this first one takes so dang long and the rest tend to speed up is there's pretty much always a in most of the later ones. For these ones, yeah, get a couple that are back-to-back, just deal with everything kind of maps, and they take the absolute longest. In fact, that's actually why the speedrun goes for one particular route, because it has the least amount of these. Ends up having a lot more fights overall. Why I didn't hit my own guy there, generate some P to do that. Really that helpful there though. Did, but it's fine. To go now. Then we can go get some sleep. Stubborn bastard. Going already. For anyone trying to figure out what the logic is behind the numbers, everyone has a built-in loyalty score. So sometimes they just stubbornly used to join you even over health. Other times they'll just join you right away. And yes, there's technically the possibility of a map getting soft locked if loyalty drops low. We'll deal with that as it comes. Most part, it shouldn't be a factor. But their loyalty to their own side goes up slightly every time they try to fuck them into switching sides. Stubbornness is panic. Finally.
Have some time before our support. There's no time to speak to everyone.
Yeah, there absolutely is. Okay, so that'll be about that. Yes, that took absolutely ages. No, we're not doing the next part of it. That is technically chapter 1 done. That's all I was hoping to do. Technically, I was hoping to do that about an hour and a half less, but whatever. Anyway, everybody. And yeah, we'll continue on. The next time one of these has a chance to happen, considering that it starts in chapter 2, it would be a lot faster. A lot faster. Okay. So, plot choice here, and will be good.
You are with me then. It is the only way.
Oh.
Stop this madness!
Say no to genocides, kids. Okay. And yeah, then the next part is this whole uphill type shenaniganry. So, same thing as before, but it's uphill. So yeah, these ones tend to have a much higher loyalty, so fortunately it'll quite a thing. Depending on your choices here, by the way, you run into different units, so probably should have saved and thought about the other ones. Is it even the hyper loyal ones? Like their odds are low, but they're not technically 0. The weird thing about this, well, I guess it's not really weird. If you choose to go the other way, they're not nearly as loyal. But you know, the whole kind of killed 5,000 off screen thing tends to put the Pacifist run on a bit of a weird route. But we'll deal with that next time. You'll have yourselves a good one. It is quite late. I'll see you all then. Take care. Next time.